Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
Let's get on our feet! We are wasting no time!
Cannot believe it! That'll be it! Wins again!
Oh man! I do not believe what we are seeing. The newcomer can't even be the hero. Hey, take it!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Ghosty going big. Ghosty spits on him!
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over. It's Clay again!
Oh my.
One! Can he clutch it out this time for the team? Brack snaking his heart out. Can he clutch it out? Clay on the bomb. Back and forth we go.
What is this?
Why is this so tense? This is insane. Clay!
Oh!
He ends up taking it. And there you go.
Brack may be a snake, but Clayster is a mongoose. And yesterday, Vegas locked up their 4th win and will now be headed to the winner's bracket. Welcome in, everybody. It is Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, the final qualifier day before we have our 4th major. Nameless, we got our top 8. We already know who's playing in the winner's bracket, but there's a lot on the line in today's matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are playing for seeding. You do not want to be 8th place seed. That is a very tough place to be, and there's serious implications for that. Even down to map count in this first game decides a lot. There's a world where we could see Atlanta versus OpTic round 1 or Seattle versus OpTic. That's just wild to think about.
Now, Alias, looking at our numbers, Vegas is currently number 2 in our seeds. They're 4-1, but they're done, right? The teams behind them, LA Thieves, Seattle Surge, and Subliners are all in action and could jump them. But if they all lose, you're going to see Vegas with a number 2 seed, maybe a top 4. Let's take a look at the squad who's been making moves recently here in Major IV Qualifiers. They picked up Standy, and since then, this team has found some new life. What have you seen from this team?
I mean, it's the first time in franchise history that they have made it to winners. I mean, shout out to the Vegas Legion. They set out with one goal this beginning of this season, and that is to try and make it to the Champs top 8, and they have done more than just that. They secured a winner spot heading into Major number 4. We still have one more major to go, so still a lot of room to improve for the Vegas Legion and their winning controls. I said it yesterday, I don't think we're going to be seeing Expo anymore because that's where they do have 2 wins on now, but at least they're looking better in that respawn.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny because like they have a superstar player now in Standy.
Yeah.
It feels like people forgot that what this kid was capable of, right? Like he came in out of Minnesota, he was that guy, and then he gets pushed over to the Toronto Ultra. He's not asked to take over games, and he gets put on the bench. Well, Legion goes, we want you to be a star player.
Yes.
We're gonna play around you, and it's been working out wonderfully. I mean, these guys are 5 straight S&D wins, and they're 4-1 right now. They could have a top 2 seed, but they could be 5-0 if they showed up to play like they did against London. That's the only loss that they have was against the London Royal Ravens. So this is a Vegas Legion squad that looks disgusting.
I don't know if there's a player more important to their squad than Standy is to Legion right now. And since he joined the squad, they have jumped up from 9th place to 8th. They passed the Røkkr due to their win rate. So now we see Vegas, if the whole season ended right now, they would be playing at COD Champs. Yep. But we still have Major 4 in front of us, and we still have a whole nother major after this, Alley.
Yeah, but what's looking good for them right now is that teams like LA Guerrillas, Florida, and London are not really winning any of these matches and looking like they're going to anytime in the near future. So Vegas Legion in a fantastic spot right now to maybe even move up from that outside that 8 bubble here heading into Champs.
If you're Vegas, you're cheering against the Thieves, Surge, and Subliners today as you look to lock in the number 2 seed. But the number 1 seed belongs to the only team to go unbeaten in these qualifiers, and that, of course, is OpTic Texas. Nameless, OpTic completing something that we haven't seen since stage 3 of last year when Røkkr went a perfect 5-0 in their qualifier run back in Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been absolutely ridiculous. We keep talking about the SMGs and how insane they've been. Huke is like #1 in search and destroy KD. Shotzzy's #1 in kills and hardpoint. Like, this team is firing literally everywhere, and we see it every single time. Even if they go down a little bit in these maps, they rally it back and end up dominating towards the end. We haven't had a stronger favorite to win a major since FaZe in Cold War. Let that sink in. That's how dominant these guys have been throughout this stage. They're poised to win this chip.
If OpTic doesn't win, it will be a big spoiler. We wonder, though, who is going to be chasing them for the title. A squad that's on the bubble right now, desperate for some wins, is Minnesota Røkkr. And we're going to see them in action today against LA Thieves. Let's start, though, with the Rocker's recent games. You played against Atlanta. You go to Game 5, Round 11 yesterday. And against Florida, well, you had quite a lot of success. Let's talk a little bit about this team. What can they do? They're currently 2-2. A win gets them a higher seed, like top 4, top 5. A loss is going to put them in a tough spot.
Yeah, and I guess the biggest situation for them right now is who they have to go up against is the LA Thieves, one of their stronger teams when it comes to this split. Minnesota Røkkr, unfortunately, hasn't really achieved anything since stage 1 of this game, and they've been on a rocky road since then. They put Fame into the roster. He looks great on his debut, but they really haven't moved outside of that bubble yet, and now they are overtaken by Vegas Legion in overall points as well. So there is a lot of pressure on this Minnesota Røkkr team today.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about Minnesota Røkkr, like they won those 2 matches in front of their home crowd. The only thing that you can really write home about is that they did go to a Game 5 against Atlanta FaZe, but Atlanta FaZe has looked middle of the pack throughout this stage, so it's really not that impressive, especially because they didn't end up winning it. Cammy has impressed me, though. That's one guy we've been talking about all season. Like, if he figures it out, Minnesota can have success and they can dominate games. Well, he has figured it out. The problem is Afro and Bance cannot get back to the former grace that they had. So just a world of pain. The individuals can't put it together at the same time. You could see from Major 1 and 2, this is the drop-off.
And you take a look at Search and Destroy in particular. What can the SMG do? It seems he's acknowledging his own flaws, Allie. He's trying to get better in this game mode in particular.
Yeah, Afro did send out a tweet the other day acknowledging the fact that he has been struggling since stage 1 and stage 2 in the Search and Destroy specifically, but I hate to put it all on him as well. This is a player that was talked about as one of the better SMGs since the beginning of the game, and I think it's an entire team effort at this point.
Team effort for Røkkr today. That's what it's going to take to beat LA Thieves, because the Thieves, they have been rolling recently. You saw them finish as high as 2nd place at a major. They could be chasing down a trophy come Columbus, though, and they only have 1 blemish. That came to OpTic. What have you seen from the Thieves?
I've seen dominance. I feel like Envoy has just been a man on a mission throughout this stage. He's been frying. We've talked a lot about Octane and his stats. I mean, the guy had the best statistical series we've ever seen in CDL history, which is something fantastic for them. And also just in general, he has been on another level. In the OpTic game, in that control, it looks like they're strong on Expo, which bodes well if they were to make it to a grand final, because you have to be good at all the controls. This is a team that has the fundamentals. If the individuals show up at the same time, they can win an event. That's literally what it comes down to for the LA Thieves. They are a contender.
I'll completely echo that. I think all of LA Thieves, all the players individually have done well this stage. You have to shout out Octane and Envoy just because of how much numbers that they are putting up. But LA Thieves are still struggling in that Search and Destroy. It's been their struggle since last year. And moving into this year, we thought maybe they were figuring out, but they suffered that 6-1 loss to OpTic, letting Huke go 10-1. So LA Thieves, if they have anything that they're going to try and focus on moving forward, it has to be that Search and Destroy.
I was just looking at our recent matches. They didn't play yesterday. They didn't play the day before. So Thieves are coming in off of what, 7 days of break? Is this a good thing, bad thing if you're the Thieves nameless?
I think it's a very good thing, right? Because this is a team that had a lot of steam, and they're like, okay, we lost to OpTic. Now let's just get back on point. Let's get this practice. And they knew that they had some teams they had to get better than. And in the Search and Destroy, they've lost back-to-back fortresses. So it looks like they're trying to take stabs at it and improve there, because that could be a map that wins them an event.
Look out for the Thieves. They have the best map record coming in, the best chance to beat Vegas for that number 2 seed. But another squad that's still in the running for a top 2 seed is the New York Subliners. Depending on what goes down with the Thieves and the Surge, Subliners are 3rd in line, currently in 5th place, looking to climb up this leaderboard. What have we seen from New York in this qualifier in particular?
Subliners aren't safe right now. I mean, I think they've been kind of running off the back of that. HyDra has just been so consistent. I mean, they went down 77-6 against the Royal Ravens. Granted, London maybe just came out hot, and New York Subliners smoked them from then on beyond. But New York Subliners, I mean, they still lose that Search and Destroy to the London Royal Ravens, and they suffer that 1-3 loss to OpTic Texas. So I think they're still a solid team, but I think they've lost their way here in the past couple of qualifiers.
Now, the Subliners, of course, they've kept the same roster since the start of the year. Their opponent, Boston Breach, bringing in a new face in Kremp. And we talked to HyDra. What is his thoughts going up against Boston today? Up next, you have to play against Boston Breach. They will be playing today. Will you guys be watching Kremp and his VOD, or do you just plan for your own game?
Oh, I play my game. I don't need to watch Kremp VOD, Awakening's VOD. They can do whatever. I'm just playing my game. And we'll see tomorrow. Is tomorrow the match? Yeah.
Is tomorrow the match? He doesn't even know. Doesn't even care when he has to play Boston. He's just going to play his game. And so far this season, his game has been pure. You look at his Major IV numbers, slightly lower than earlier on this season, but the man's above a 1.09. He is crushing out.
He is crushing. I mean, again, one of the most consistent players that we've had all season in HyDra, and I think he needs a little bit more help this split.
On the other side of this matchup, HyDra will be playing against the Boston Breach, and we mentioned it. Boston was having success. They finished top 4 at the latest major. Then you drop Vivid. You bring in a guy from Challengers hoping that this is the missing piece that can take you to the top. Where are the Breach at after a week or two now with Kremp?
It's been pretty tough, honestly. This is a Breach team that was top 4. Consistently also like making it to winners bracket through our qualifying stage. They always look fantastic online and a hardpoint threat. They are 1-5 in their last 6 hardpoints. Like that is not ideal. And Beans has had a big drop off. I mean, the guy's sitting at a 0.84 KD and bottom 10 in hardpoint damage. So it feels like their system has sort of got thrown for a loop, bringing in Kremp. This could just be the growing pains, and then when they get to land, they figure it out, because I do still see that potential within them, especially within Kremp. Kremp, like individually, is disgusting. Like we saw yesterday.
That game 3? Woo!
That game 3, I mean, even in the search and destroy, like the guy can make plays happen, but their system is not working, so they got to figure it out.
Boston looking to finish 3-2. They need the victory today. Their opponent trying to steal a top seed in the Subliners. Let's take a look at the full schedule, because all of your favorites, well, they're challenging for a top seed. Whoever loses, they are going to have a tough path come Columbus Major IV next week. Surge versus Guerrillas. Røkkr take on the Thieves. And we'll close it out with your headliners, Subliners versus Boston Breach at 6 o'clock Eastern. I want to give a big shout out to the chat. We got Ink watching from New Zealand. I'm bad at it from Europe. Tell me, where are you tuning in from? And who do you got in our first game? We got LAG versus Surge when we come back.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and then will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
Out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. 5 talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
If you asked me yesterday where was Seattle Surge going to finish in her qualifier, I was going to say probably 6th to 8th seed. But then they 3-0'd Atlanta FaZe. The Surge are coming in as the heavy favorites against a struggling LAG. And we got to talk about this squad that is now finding their form at the right time. You're coming into your last 2 majors, and it feels like the whole team is finally contributing equally. Accuracy and Mack right there alongside Simp and Pred in the kill feed now.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so many bad things to say about Seattle Surge right now. It used to be their struggles in search and destroy, but even there, they only had 3 first bloods in that map number 2 against Atlanta yesterday and won the map 6-4. Pred went 13-6. That means they're icing up these situations. A team that we were expecting to be icy throughout all season is looking to be that way now.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, everything's been fantastic. But when you talk about this team, they rolled FaZe last night. Woo! Destroyed FaZe. That's the first time I've seen FaZe get beat that bad. And everybody was going off. I mean, we've been talking about how good accuracy's been. Dude, Simp looked like prime Dante in that match on that map number 1. So Seattle, very confident and looking like they're going to dominate this series.
On the other side, we talked about it. Do we have anything nice to say about LAG? Well, for me, this is your chance to prove you're better than Florida. You're at the bottom, battling for that bottom spot, and you need to start turning things around if you want a chance to play at COD Champs. You need the 10 points today. Allie, where can they get it across our 5-game series? I'm
going to be honest, there's not a lot of place that they can get it. This is the same hard points that they played Seattle in last time, where Seattle blew them out of the water, and then the Game 3 LSU control. Seattle 3-0 whooped Atlanta on it yesterday, so not a lot of opportunity for LAG.
3-0 over Atlanta. Where does the Surge finish today?
I think Surge win in 3-1 fashion.
I think Seattle 3-0.
LAG is going to get it weird. I'm ready to kick off this day, and so are my Brits. I got Brycey and Ton. Gentlemen, show's yours.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Puck. Yes, we're getting to our first game of the Sunday, the last hurrah before the major. And it could be a bit of a mismatch. Seattle looking good at the moment. LAG, not so hot. 0-4 if they come off the rip. But the difference might be is that LAG can play Seattle close, and the league is more competitive than ever, Ton.
Well, it is more competitive than ever, but I think if you look towards this series, I don't think a lot of people have much hope for LAG in this one, but this is Call of Duty, this is the Call of Duty League. Crazy things sometimes happen, but look, Seattle looked fantastic yesterday. We look at their record specifically up against LAG, it has been a victory for Seattle both times. LAG, of course, on a 6-series loss spree on top of it. Everything points towards Surge, so who knows? That's the thing. Sometimes surprises do happen. Whether or not this is one of the games that does happen in, though, is another thing. Hardpoint will be a feel-good factor for the side of Seattle. 4-0 against LAG over their last 2 series. Got to be feeling good starting off this series on aBeZy.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, realistically, with a good hard point from Seattle Surge. Does take one of the weapons out of LAG's pocket. But they have been playing pretty well recently, including Thieves, who gets the first blood on this map. Yeah, 2 kills going to come in. He's going to have a really big game for the LA Guerrillas. We had the desk kind of speaking about it on occasion. Assault has been playing well. And when he does play well, LAG start off nicely. And Thieves is another player who really can pop off on teams, but this guy has just been incredible this year. It was incredible last year in his rookie season. Pred, it's going to be a big issue for them. Looking over towards P1 though, LAG have done quite well to flip this over towards P2. It's a 5 spree for Thieves to kick things off. He could do with a cruise missile on top of it. There you go. There's the 6th. He can take over games. It'd be a good start if he could do it on aBeZy. Oh, which has been playing well recently and kind of tells it exactly how it is. A big streak for him to begin with, but they're looking for this P2 spawn. It's not going to be easy to get. They've soaked a little bit of time on P1 as Shotzzy continues his streak, finding Pred before he can find any more, and they can bring this cruise in out if they need to. Not that they do. They are winning in the kill feed.
Yeah, finds that kill over towards the mid-map, can cut back through around kitchen, get control of the parking lot side. Now it's a much better setup for the side of LA Guerrillas to maybe find some efficient points here. Zip towards the back door, causing issues. Seattle Surge just being annoying, stopping LAG, getting themselves inside the point. Thieves though yet to slow down. 8 in a row from him.
All they're doing now is keeping this pressure on around P2, not letting Seattle to get in. Seattle really want to spread it, maybe go through and get something moving here. They do have the cut on the map, but Pred is going to find a second one. Didn't think he'd get it. It will be scrap time for Seattle. We are off to the next rotation. LAG are here first, but they aren't alone, Ton.
Yeah, LA Guerrillas, I kind of do everything right there, just don't find the kills. It's an unfortunate situation. One of those moments where Pred pops a couple, you don't expect it to happen. This rotation, though, accuracy's going to be there. First rule of P3, you got to watch the ladders. They don't rotation comes in for Seattle Surge. Nicely done from them. When we're talking about the statistics for all this map, though, when you go toe-to-toe in every single sort of facet of the statistics we break down, Seattle better in every single mode. We're talking about rotating, breaking, and holding. They lead the way against LA Guerrillas. They're going to have to bring something in here, and it is going to be the streak. Maybe this is the break.
Already 2 kills going down. Is there enough trophies here for accuracy? No, cruise missile to the face. 1 player left. It's going to be Pred in orange. He finds one, but can he deflect the rest of the pressure? Finds a second as well. It seems to be weak. Can Pred find the third? No! The pre-fire comes in. LAG with a little bit of life as Assault gets another kill. And they will get the scrap time.
Yeah, get the scrap time, but they had to invest the cruise missile, but you will take it all day long. That's a good 30 seconds or so LAG are going to manage to get a hold of here. Rotation over towards PD. Arcity's trying to mess with them. Sitting over towards the backside, waiting for the rest of the team to come in. There'll be a pinch set up from the corridors and towards the back. Arcity's trying to lock this down. Time about to pop as we head over towards P4. Kills inside of toilets, though. That's where Pred really is going to thrive. LAG going to have to take their time about this one.
They get the spawn with him. Arcity's is now going to push towards the back, calling out for his teammates to find something. At the moment, they just need a few kills. They need to make Seattle Surge look the other way so they can move in force. It's a slow push. They look desperately to find Seattle Surge, but they're just not giving him any information. Eventually, the first kill will come through. Simp going to look for the second and the third. Unbelievable. Seattle Surge, it was a slow burn from LAG. I say that, and Exceed's is going to come through, but not with a 3-ton.
Yeah, that's a tough one because you set yourself up in those positions where you have to make sure you do something with it. It takes them so long to get themselves into a position where they feel like they can execute onto the site, and they find very, very low. I think it was only 1 kill initially before Exceed finds his way through, and again, the rotation belonging to Seattle Surge. They're really having their way with LA Guerrillas at the moment. I think you think about the start LAG had. Joe Deceives on an 8 spree. Yeah, you call that streak in to get that P3 rotation, but since he started to slow down, I mean, he couldn't have kept up an 8-0, right? It's been a tough day at the office for LA Guerrillas. It's about a 60-point lead for Seattle Surge. They got kitchen control.
At some point, LAG is just going to need a rotation. They're not having a good opportunity here on the breaks as Mack already finds the first. Simp will find another one as well. It's numbers down for LAG. And eventually that nade will come through. They manage to get in there and they catch him a little bit flat-footed. Simp looks for the last. And LAG finally get a little bit of a break that they need.
You are kidding me. Look at that snapper from Pred. It's not going to make a difference. But nicely done from LAG. They get the grenade through, kill Mack, and then it's just about the trade game. Player gets caught reloading, and you break it and then get broken back immediately. 25 seconds to play for. It's going to be a bit of a 50-50 here. Simp inside the point can find one. Arcity's there to answer back. Accuracy can't do anything about that. So much better from LAG. Considering the rotation was there for Seattle Surge, they can't manage to hold on. If you think about that rotation as a whole, as said, it was just a brilliant start from Joe Deceives that kind of kept them within touching distance. Seattle Surge not too far away, but since Joe has slowed down, so have LAG.
And it isn't a million miles away. At the moment, you see Mack just seeing if anybody's going to be in here in red or in laundry. Going to find one as well, and almost goes down to Joe Deceives, but not quite. Seconds weak for the trade. And neither team feeling too confident about soaking that P1 time. Eventually, LAG get the trades, and they will try and get a bit of time, but they don't have P2.
Nice little setup here from LAG. Arcity's ready for accuracy to come cut them up from the bridge side. Don't win their gunfights in the middle, though. Mack and Simp getting the job done here. Good shots coming in from Pred, the old drop shot onto Arcity's. And now further side of LAG, what's the plan? You're going to try and probably push through. You need to get rid of accuracy over towards the parking lot side. He finds 2. Pred inside the point will be dealt with. LAG slowly battling their way around towards the right side of the map. Seattle Surge rotation is there. 15 seconds to play for P1 though. Wouldn't be some bad time for LAG to get if they could stay alive, of course.
Yeah, at the moment they haven't done that, and they are spawning out. For Seattle Surge, they've got the setup, they've got the time. It was a hard break for LAG, especially considering how far away they are, Ton.
It's a tough one. They're kind of relying on Assault making that push over towards the parking lot side, but you can see him and presumably accuracy down that left-hand side. Having a bit of a fight for that top control. Accuracy wins it. Seattle in control, and now LAG going to start spawning towards back PD. You would think Pred would find that one, doesn't. And all of a sudden, a bit of pressure going to come in here from LAG. Seattle Surge have to lock it down.
Yeah, Simp's having a few issues, and it's just too many guns for him to fight against the end. Mack now hitting the snake attack as he tries to stay alive here for as long as possible. A little bit of just teamwork not coming through there in the end for Seattle Surge. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comms of the Seattle Surge. Listen in.
Front me, he went bottom lodge now.
Oh, he stabbed me, bro.
I'm gonna run across the bridge.
He's going from laundry,
I'm gonna run across the bridge.
He's gonna get gas quick.
Yeah. Orange.
Nice.
Front trees. He's gonna go bottom orange. Front trees and on the bridge.
Running across the bridge now.
Give me bottom orange. I need to drip.
I orange out.
Give me gas. He's gonna be in the stairs now.
Xbox.
We got on top of the stairs. Shallow back stairs. Dead.
Nice.
I'll be in the bottom.
I'm on the bridge. I'm climbing up the ladder.
I'm holding bottom. Hold that. I'm holding you back, Mack.
I think he's back alley, bro. Yeah, deep back alley weak.
I'm holding bottom orange still.
Deep back alley, one shot. Alex, deep back alley. Okay, one's gonna be.
Have you pushed?
One's up the gas bridge.
I'm waiting. Behind us, top PD. I have the cross contact. Clear back, cross top PD.
I'm playing top PD. Step. As long as you can.
Top PD.
I'm down. Top PD.
Side. Joe first guy. I'm getting to you.
Bottom PD. Yeah. I'm holding my center flank.
I heard PD.
They're in bottom PD for sure.
I reached you. I'm holding H1.
I'm going to the back.
H1 to the C's.
One shot.
One more H2. Nice, two. I can get me stair door. I'm stair door. Behind you,
Back door dead.
Nice. I'm looking for one. One team in the cubby. He's H2 as well. H2. AG, take your time.
Seattle with a clean break in the last hill and not a clean rotation. LAG desperately need full 60 on this time to get back into this game, Ton.
Yeah, they initially got the spawns over towards the back PD side. Simp managed to find a couple of kills, but quick retake from LAG, but can they hold on? And I was saying to you in that listening, it feels like some of the rotations, some of the setups, some of the breaks look like they could be good for LAG, and then they just get gunned. It just feels like Pred, Simp, Mack, Assault, or House's accuracy, I should say. Too many ARs with an A at the start of their name. All of this side of Seattle Surge just seem to be winning the gunfights at the crucial time. LAG, I don't necessarily think the game plan has been bad. It's just the execution. Seattle Surge just on a different level at the moment. 20 seconds away here on PD. As we start heading over towards Kitchen, it needs to be a good hold from LAG.
There is always an opportunity to come back, and it starts with a big 60. Something they desperately need, but we do know how good Seattle Surge have been on these hard points. And maybe a little bit of mounting pressure. LAG, can they stop this first push? On board with Mack. There is going to be a pinch as he checks his corners.
No, watching it.
Doors are closed. Waiting for his team. His team are actually in position. They're waiting for him. Here we go. Actually going to get the first one in as well. Simp will get a second. Mack looking for the third. And sprays and goes down. Simp will get his trade. Now technically a 1v1 on the hill as both teams go for the reinforce. Simp's going to fall. Accuracy will get his trade through as well. And it's just bodies flowing into the hard point. But LAG have the better spawn. They are closer and they will walk away with that one.
Yeah, just about, but they're tagged up, and here come the rest of Seattle Surge through the laundry side. If you're Seattle, you never got control of that side of the push. You try and push through laundry and send somebody over towards the back doors. You can set up a pinch. Now they're towards the back doors. Now they're on laundry. Potential break and potential Seattle Surge win.
Now they're waiting for it. Just looking to get in as well. That's so many kills going down. Accuracy holds off too, but no more. And the trophies will fall. It is a mountain to climb here for LAG. Not only do they need to prevent Seattle Surge basically getting 10 more points, 9 more points for the entire game, but P1 is up next, and all Seattle Surge have to do is bleed this for all it's worth.
Yeah, good snap by Joe to Thieves, but how many times have we seen the game ended over towards P1? Teams in such an insurmountable lead. 6 points is all that's needed from Seattle Surge. They'll go for the toilets control. They go for upper toilets control and go from there. Sib has been frying for Seattle. He's 31 and 18. Initially, I thought, you know, the SMG battles where things are really going to be laid here. But Sib has hit a different level. Seattle Surge still in control of the map. I just keep an LAG off it. Pred finds two. They may well jump on.
They are going to as well. They're only just keep getting these seconds over and over again. And at the moment, LAG can't even stop them. It's going to be over. It's not going to be any more fighting. It's not going P2. Seattle Surge with a hard point record. This split that is sublime. Continue that train rolling.
Just better in every single way. LAG breaks, holds, just not working. I don't know if it's a pacing thing. I don't know if they were just getting gunned, but Seattle Surge seem to have the wind in their sails at this moment in time. Sib with a big statement performance, continuing where he left off yesterday. And LAG just had no answer for the intensity from Seattle Surge. It's a big win in map number 1. Over 100-point deficit. It's 23 non-traded kills. Big damage coming in from accuracy and Sib, and the ARs is what really did it. Mack and Pred obviously there to pick up the pieces, but the AR battle truly belongs to Seattle Surge, and as does map number 1.
Might tell a little bit of a story, actually. If you look at the damage here for LAG, all within 10 points, 3 of the players. aBeZy's only 17 and 24, but considering Exceed and Jodeci's with 26 and 27 kills to his 17, realistically, they should have more damage than them, but they don't. It is quite a disparity there, and maybe something LAG need to figure out. Maybe the trades need to be more effective, or maybe the positioning is just a little bit off.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I wanted to point out there as well is, you know, aBeZy's with 2 seconds in the hill. He's somebody you want to get set up in those positions, trying to play for those spawns. Never really got himself into a position to help the team out on the objective side of things. I mean, kills like that from Simp kind of make a difference. We talked about that slow rotation that came in from LAG over towards PD. Those 2 kills from Simp just completely shut that down. Then all of a sudden, yeah, okay, you did have a pinch from back and then over towards the staircase side. That's already completely nullified. And then where do you go from there if you're LAG? You've taken so long on some of these breaks, which I don't mind teams taking their time to set up, but you've got to be able to execute it. When you take your time that much, you have to make sure that it works. Slow and simple sometimes it does win the race, but not that time around. Seattle Surge, I feel like it's their intensity. The trades are always there. If Sib isn't popping off like he did, then Pred and Mack are there to pick up the pieces. Accuracy holding down spawns where he needs to as well. It's just a good game out of Seattle Surge. LAG and many of the teams in the CDL I don't think would have defeated Seattle in that instance. Looking very strong on Embassy right now. LAG, no answer for them in map number 1.
A little bit of frustration coming out there of LAG as well, but we move on to Fortress Search and Destroy next, and the last time these played, obviously, it went all the way to map number 5, Ton, and it is going to be LAG who got the S&D and the control last time. Will they be able to get it going this time and potentially cause an upset, bearing in mind that one of these teams is 3-1 and the other is 0-4?
Yeah, I think it's still going to be tough, but if you are to look at any of the maps in particular where the stats do favor LAG, I would say it is potentially on this one. I'm going to be really looking towards those bomb plants. Both these 2 teams do enjoy going for that bomb plant over towards the A side, of course, and when that's down, the retake percentage for Seattle Surge has been pretty poor, whereas for the side of LAG, it's been really good. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the game. Both these 2 teams do like to go for that plant. I think it's going to be crucial to see if anybody can get that art control, get over inside the building, of course, and you can see Pred then trying to find those flanks. That's kind of where I'm going to be looking towards. But yeah, I think plants are going to be massively important, but let's see if Seattle can continue their form. Yesterday, of course, Pred having a bad start against FaZe and then coming back. He's going to be a crucial player in this map, as we so often is. He was one that used to play control in this one. He is in hardpoint, he is in search and destroy. Let's see if he can bring it here against LAG. But LAG, if they were looking at any of the maps in particular, especially out of the first 3, this is the one that they want to bank in the back pocket.
Yeah, realistically, and one of the things we kind of highlighted towards the beginning of this series is I genuinely believe it's very, very competitive going into Major 4. Even teams like Florida, London, they've all had their wins, or at least their close maps moving forward, and I think that's just how the league is at the moment. It is difficult for a team to basically just be battered out of any match they're actually in. LAG still have a chance in this. Seattle Surge, though, the story for them is going to be on the ascendant towards Major 4.
Well, Pred and Exceed have really been 2 of the top performers in Search and Destroy when it comes to both these 2 teams. A 1.4 KD for Search and Destroy from Exceed against, of course, Seattle Surge. So this is specifically in this matchup. And just having a look specifically towards that first blood win percentage, that's heavy towards Exceed. Pred is somebody who will often go for those fights, specifically when it does come down to Fortress. So let's see if those numbers are going to play an effect here. Exceed, honestly, you know, I want to say that there's like flashes of good play from LAG, but we just haven't seen it on a consistent basis. But a good opportunity for them here on Fortress Search and Destroy. Seattle sitting at 3-5. That retake percentage, as mentioned, a big disparity there. That is a huge difference. Surge actually sitting at 11th with that 18%. LAG's retake, of course, sitting solidly up in the top 3. So bear that in mind when these bombs do go down, because the majority of the time both these 2 teams are going for it. Seattle, the number 1 bomb planting team in the game, LAG number 2. So expect bombs to be planted, expect retakes to be important.
At the moment, you can see no big pushes on towards A. Both teams just kind of figure this one out. Exceed. It'll be up here and then it's a play. Gets in a single. Has the sniper out there. They were not expecting it. Also sees Mack's forehead. Got to be careful with this. With the nade down, there's a little bit of smoke. He used it to get inside as well.
And it's going to fire its way through. I'll get that bomb down, so that first blood really helping LAG. I love the angle coming in from Exceed. Not a chance that Simp was expecting that one. But still, Seattle Surge, a lot of pressure over towards this A side. If Exceed can hit another shot, then they may be looking good. Gets out nonetheless. Seattle Surge over towards that site now, but LAG still with the number advantage.
And the fact that Mack re-chowed that. Didn't see it. But trying to get it as well. Pred is right there on the corner. And they're not going to be able to see anything here. LAG with the numbers, Seattle with the bomb down.
Well, you need to win this fight up against accuracy. Of course, with Exceed with that sniper, may well find you the first blood, but in terms of retaking, maybe not the most useful tool. Accuracy just trying to stay alive. The longer he does so, the better for Seattle.
And Mack has to cover him as well, but he just moves out of the wrong COD timing. Leaves him alone, and three of them fly at him. They've got him. And now Mack's under pressure. He's going to fall as well. It's down to Predator 1 versus 4. All he has to do is hold them off for long enough. They can't defuse the bomb. Can't get it. Can't get the trade. And LAG with numbers will retake the site. Seattle Surge, a little bit of timing, just meant they couldn't hold them off.
Yeah, but it's a really nice push from LAG at the same time. Exceed finds the snipe, and then all of a sudden, that rotation comes around. They say to themselves, okay, well, accuracy holding the back. We know that Pred's going to be in and around the site. Mack, we know, is going to be the bomb planter. Didn't really expect Mack to be over towards that side as well, but accuracy, with him surviving as long as he did, he's obviously making the call. He needs some help. He needs some help. Mack arrives to be that help and unfortunately does not get the timing. If they can maybe even just find a couple of trades there, it makes Pred's job with only 15 seconds a lot easier. LAG brute forced their way onto the site. Nice play from them. Good retake, and those stats coming into the play there. Retake's looking solid. Now what's the play for LAG on the attack? Looking like a heavy air hit. You already got Exceed pushed up towards the close side. Just waiting for maybe a push to come through here, or LAG, but once they do that, they will go for the plant.
Yeah, seem very worried about bottom art, but already Nave's going down. That bomb is down as well. A big push coming in from open. LAG are going to play backside completely here. Nobody can be anywhere near that point. Seattle Surge will have to face this. They're going top, they're going side, they're going through. Mack already finds one. Pred trying to rip Arsenal off the back truck there as well, but goes down to a 3 versus 3.
And look at the play that Joe Thieves has made all the way through Art, and then Pred's inside there, just trying to deal with him. Will do so. But unfortunately for him, he's got no teammates left. A 1 versus 2 now for Pred. 15 seconds left on that bomb timer. This is just impossible.
LAG have done a really good job there. Every single player was so far back. And Jonas Seeds went for it as well. He has the kill, but not the time. And regardless, he won't get this clutch again. Pred just left alive and wondering what to do.
Not much you can do in that situation. LAG have just played that one really, really nicely. Play their lives towards the backside. Mack walks into the site, is able to find one, and maybe things get a little bit scary, but LAG just managed to hold. You plan for that side, it is a difficult retake. You know, Pred can do what he wants in bottom and top art. From that position, the Vaznev, even in Pred's hands, it's a very difficult fight for him to take up towards the back truck. Needs his teammates with the ARs to try and lock something down. Nothing able to happen over towards the side side for Seattle Surge. Pred, very little he can do from there, and Joe Deceives just playing a lingering role around that site. 2-0 for LAG, and a well-deserved lead as well. Another push from Seattle over towards the A side. This bomb will likely go down. Nobody falling into any curious angles coming in from the side of Exceed this time. 4v4 retake and have to come in for LAG.
Oh, it's a wall bang off, and Mack gets away with his life, and he'll be happy about that as well. LAG for the retake. The call is come in. They're going to go through bottom up. Press to be the first one hit. Wow. Down he falls to Exceed. Mack will get a trade eventually on the Jonas Seeds, but at the moment, Seattle Surge didn't find more. Mack finds a second as well. The nade will hit him in the head, but it's not going to be enough as accuracy hits the flank, and Arsedy's left alone in a 1 versus 3. He finds the first, but the time is against him.
He can find this one though, and then all of a sudden it's looking interesting. The teammate comes over, covers Mack. Nicely done from Seattle Surge. Mack does a really good job to find those 2 kills. He's sitting up towards the top rail side. It's just so difficult. You know yourself in hardpoint, you're pushing over towards cannons from bottom, aren't you? Somebody up there, it's chalk, you're dead. And honestly, I was seeing Simp trying to make a good play as well. He was staying alive around the street side. He was then going to go for that late flank. If he presumably got the call from Matt that it's a big stack over towards the bottom art, with Pred immediately dying as well. So Seattle Surge bounce back there. 2-1 is a lot better than 3-0. Managed to get themselves on the board here, but now what's the play for LA Guerrillas? Seems to be the same over and over again. Get that A hit in. Let's go for the retake and see who can succeed.
Here they go. Trying to create a little bit of space there, Exceed. Pred already up top. Smashed over one door, though. I don't think they know he's here. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Jonas Seeds almost gets 2 on the point. Back down to 3 versus 3. This may have opened the door for Pred. Keep it on the bottom there. He's already going to find Assault. And now LAG have to back off. They do not have map control at all.
So what Seattle do beautifully there. Pred starts to make the push. Pred starts to get a little bit antsy in and around that area. And Seattle Surge just force their way through gates. And well, speaking of forcing your way through gates, aBeZy just walks straight through them. Accuracy over towards that A side. Still staying alive, though. I mean, they don't know he's there. And this is a weird play from LAG. aBeZy wraps all the way back around. So no information. Accuracy falls. I kind of like the play.
And now they're going to rotate again. They're going to rotate again. Pred is not going to know this. He's wondering whether he should go through. He has heard them. Is he going to be here in time, though? No dead silence for him.
It's a heavy stun check. Going to get some good timing here. Shots towards the back. They need to land. They absolutely need to land, and quickly. Now going to get pushed by the other, and well played, LAG. aBeZy is the one who makes the play. With just a completely random push through gate. Finds Simp just completely napping. Of course, he doesn't expect somebody to just run straight through the site where your teammate's setting in. Runs through completely undetected. Finds that kill and just breaks up in the defense of Seattle Surge. Completely wide open. Nothing you can really do from that stage. And then when he wraps back around, why I like it is that immediately Surge are like going to be searching, well, okay, is he over towards top maps just trying to get control of the middle of the map? Is he managing to actually just push over towards B with the bomb? Surge have very little information at that stage. LAG play that one nicely. Good plays from Alec, and they've read this push over towards the B side as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful with it as well, but Exceeded to fall to accuracy so quickly. And now they're moving towards B, but there's players all over there at the same time. They've just gunned him out of his feet. Accuracy, so aBeZy is going to go down. Jodeci's fighting back, though, down to a 2 versus 2. A little bit of a chaotic round from both these two teams. That's what happens when you go B.
Yeah, important that he found that kill, because that would have been a free punt for Seattle Surge. Finds the kill, dips out, and now Surge second-guessing themselves to a certain degree. Accuracy, covering a lot. Peripheral vision important here. Did he see Jodeci? You bet he did. Push towards top map. Someone gets the bad timing on, and the nade might catch him. No, it doesn't in time. Still a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. They know where accuracy is.
So much pressure on him now. He has to shoot in different directions. He's weak. They know he's here, and down he goes again. LAG with another round on the S&D ton. They're looking a different level to Seattle on it at the moment.
And that's all about Jodeci, finding that first kill, dipping out, and keeping that map's control. Things get a little bit spicy towards the beginning of the round. You're very right. But Joe kind of revels in that chaos. Gets one of maps, gets out. And then goes for the challenge. The initial shot over towards accuracy. Maybe gets a little bit of bad timing off that initial gunfight. Really solid from Joe. I mean, it's no surprise ever since he came into the league. The guy has been lighting it up. LA Guerrillas just yet to find a missing piece of the puzzle, it seems. But Jodeci, when he's on, he really is on. Seattle Surge getting put to the sword in the Surge here, Bryce.
Yeah, nothing they are doing is working. AG seem to have an answer for them all the time, but however, look at the pressure coming through already. Exceed is going to run for his life a little bit. Seattle Surge take A site completely away from them. Essentially, if LAG want in here now, they have to retake their own site before they plant.
I wonder if that was a hit marker from Exceed. I was presuming it was an A, but he still has everything to his advantage in that sense. Seattle Surge say, yeah, okay, you want to go for a plant? Let's just completely take over A. Shut the doors. Batten the hatches down. Yeah, good luck, Jodeci. It's a 1v4.
Plays everywhere. Goes for the wall bang. Gonna fall as well. That is a round Seattle Surge really needed back. They just weren't expecting it. Big play call coming out of Seattle Surge, though. Just full-on aggression. Take over A completely.
Yeah, and that's just it's kind of one of those rounds. You're 4-1 down, and it's like, okay, let's just press the screw it button and see what we can do here, because so often LAG are playing as a team, getting into that site, getting the bomb down. Seattle Surge just match it with some aggression. Very little LAG can do at that stage. Probably caught a little bit off guard. Big hit coming in from Seattle there. And that was a big round to take. 2 spree for accuracy, 2 spree for Pred. We get something potentially going here. Pred lingering around top heart, expecting the same aggression to come in from LAG. Not correct on that call yet, though. LAG taking their time over towards it, as are Seattle.
And this is, again, a waiting game. At some point, they're going to have to check closed. He's gone across, trophy down, nade out, and even then, takes a little bit of damage from the trophy deflecting the nade. I think LAG are making a move here. Look how aggressive they are through open. 3 of them are about to jump through, but actually on Overwatch, back in accuracy! Just gunned them down completely. It was an aggressive push. It was ambitious, but
didn't land on their number. Good shots coming in from aBeZy, but irrelevant of that. It's a 1 versus 4. Yeah, Pred will get dealt with. He'll do so well to win the round from here, will Arc.
And even at this stage, even outnumbered, Seattle Surge won't give him anything. You see a little bit of a shoulder come through. Eventually, they are in position for the trade, but Seattle Surge, that's 2 on the bounce for them. Will it be a third to tie it up, Tom?
Would be interesting, but accuracy holding down the angles. And yeah, well, I mean, if you want anybody else in this position, please offer up somebody as good as accuracy. Mack does well to get the bomb and down and stay as live as long as he possibly can. In that situation, the fact that he finds one as well, the big 3-man push coming in for LAG. Accuracy probably laughing his head off as they fly through. Easy shots at him, sitting at 6 and 5, is having a good stage. 4 and 3 now, LAG. Maybe getting a little bit nervous about this one. The stun checks come in though, Seattle may well have to back off yet. A little bit wary of a B push coming in again, but if you look at the minimap, LAG slowly but surely making their way over towards A.
LAG just a little bit more cautious this time. No aggressive push from Seattle though, you can see it on the minimap. And once they are confident they've got control, and Pred almost drops that nade. Seeing more and more frags come out in the CDL. And for that exact reason, you can put them where you want to if you're a pro player. It looks like going for the rotate here as well. Arseny's trying to find accuracy, but doesn't get a single bullet on him. And now Arseny's running for his life. Eventually he gets out, but it's going to be Seattle Surge with the advantage.
Oh, Arseny's going to try and find the angle. It's a tough one because they think they just want to take control of that middle of the map, and Seattle Surge have so many bodies there. A is completely open for LAG at the moment. They just don't know it. Accuracy locking this down. LAG, that curveball they were potentially starting to throw has been completely right from Seattle Surge. Exceed left now in a 1 versus 4. This will be 3 rounds in a row for Seattle Surge.
I think they've thrown LAG off. That aggression last attack they had onto A, LAG didn't want to go there. They weren't happy trying to get a push into A at all. They went for the rotation, found nothing but accuracy and Mack. And we are all tied up. I think what the difference is right now, Seattle seem to be pulling pages out of the playbook. They know what they want to do and they're executing it.
I think in that scenario as well, LAG, you don't have the numbers. Then you start to try and make a B push. Arseny's getting tagged up a lot, and I think they probably presume that there's only one player from Seattle Surge around that side of the map. But of course, in the map, you've seen plenty of players up towards top maps. I think there was one player over towards the stable side. It was a compact setup to stop a B push coming through. Try to play for something, thinking that kill's going to make a difference. It doesn't. Accuracy, not quite accurate with those, but 5 spree for him, 4 spree for Mack. Seattle Surge very much back into this game. If they can hand a cruise missile to their arsenal as well, it will help them along the way. But this bomb looks like it's going to go down over towards the A side. Where's the push from LAG? It's strained accuracy's jaws.
There's a little bit of trouble now. You're able to get out. LAG are slowly but surely trying to take him down. He needs reinforcements from the teammates. Actually still alive for now, as it goes down to a 3 versus 3, and he's going to be chowed. Surely Exceed jumping back and forth. Who eventually is going to take that accuracy? It will be Joe Deceives. No cruise missile. Advantage in numbers to LAG.
The only thing that they get there is accuracy does waste some time to same play for LAG. 3 men towards the back, but Mack just takes his time. Isn't going to be able to find the second. Do they know where Pred is?
They're worried. They're worried he's reflanked. Exceed checks the back. One being defused. Pred has to strike. Finds one. Absolutely plays it perfectly in the end. And go for the chow! Pred feeling himself today. Doesn't matter. Roll the shoulders. 4 and a bounce for the Seattle Surge. And somehow, some way, they keep on rolling.
The Pred James doing what he does best. In that scenario, yeah, the time is very much on his side. Mack does such a great job to find one. He's so patient in that side. Must have got quite a few sound cues, knew exactly what was going on. Finds one, makes Pred's job just a little bit easier. With the time on the board, LAG need to find him. You need to pick the right angle. Presuming the flank's coming through, it is Pred. He's going to get aggressive, but he's just sitting pretty. Over towards close. Now look at this aggression from Seattle Surge. Once again, it's going to be answered in kind from Exceed, though. He will find first blood. LAG not out of this yet.
See, taking a few bullets, has to get out of it, though. LAG got a little bit of blood in the water. They're going to go for a rotate again. Mack will be the player that sees this, but might not be able to win these trades by himself. Already the first is across. The second will go down. It's a 3 versus 3. Huge kill by Mack, but LAG are on to B-bomb.
He's so loud here. Exceed may well catch him. I love this positioning from Exceed. He's going to just try and catch some players coming over on the cross, but Simp will find the first one over towards the side. Exceed needs to find something or help his teammate out. Joe Deceives is all alone over towards that B side.
Exceed has burnt time. Joe Deceives in a sea of Seattle. Joe Deceives will find accuracy though, bringing it back to a 2 versus 2, but Seattle Surge have taken the site. They're going to go for the defuse. Simp on Overwatch. It's Mack who's just going to have to keep his head down and defuse. Going for it as well. The second's ticking away. He gets it. Oh my goodness. The needed defuse in the face. LAG were not fast enough. And they take the search and destroy in 5 straight rounds.
LAG. Oh, that's such a tough one. I kind of like the play from Exceed, but as soon as Joe Deceives comes out to help him, 2 players have already made their way around through Arch into that B site. They know exactly where they are. And because of where the bomb's planted for, you've got the perfect cover over towards the site. Simp just needs to stay alive, keep them away. May well get gunned by Joe Deceives, but makes him use just enough bullets that he has no more to deal with Mack.
He's just got to stick it. Somebody's point of view, that was outrageous.
It would have been close. I think he obviously ran out of bullets. That's why you see the knife kill come through. We'll talk about the comeback from Seattle Surge. You may well have put this one to bed already. A 6-4 victory. They were 4-1 down. And that turned very, very quickly. Seattle started just getting a bit more aggressive with it. They were playing patient, thinking about these maybe conservative and play-by-player retakes. Seattle Surge just started throwing stuff at the wall and see what stick, and the aggression really did start to stick. 6-4 in the Search and Destroy, a comfortable map number 1. We're heading to LS Elo control as well. They've got to be feeling good in the series.
Oh, they are feeling fantastic. What a comeback on the S&D. 4-1 down, an aggressive play out of the playbook. And from then, it was easy sailing realistically. If you've got to kind of divide that into 2 halves, it was LAG who looked like they knew how to play S&D in the first, and then Seattle rose to meet them and overtook them in the second. This series is not done, however. We have a control coming up, but we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here at the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28 only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here for our map number 3, Seattle Surge versus LA Guerrillas. At the moment, it was a comfortable hard point for Seattle Surge and a good start on the S&D for LAG. Unfortunately, they end up falling as well, so a mountain to climb for them, Tom.
Yeah, that was LAG's chance. You do feel when we're heading into a control that Seattle Surge have been looking so good on. You're 4-1 up. The S&D does favor you in terms of the statistics. You can't throw that away. You cannot let that happen, because now you look towards LSC, you look control. But these two teams have played it plenty. When I have been talking about this stage, LAG have played it in every single one of their matches, but have not necessarily had the best of times. They're setting a 1-3. Seattle 3-0 over this stage on LSC, 5-2 overall. It tells the story that this should be 3-0, but can LAG pull something out of the fire here? Seattle Surge just had to do it against them in the search and destroy. Can they answer back with a surprise map of themselves? Seattle Surge on the attack to kick things off here, but with LAG, their weakness does lie in their attack. So let's see if they can lock a defense down and maybe get something going on the other side of things.
For LAG, it's a long road back and maybe the chance of redemption. They still have to get this one done first. Right now, a little bit of just get on to B and go for it straight away. Actually, already looking at down Seattle, looking to get that first tick in.
Already over towards B. It was big hit, came through. They found the kills in the middle of the map as well. You don't have to worry about that. Seattle Surge, yeah, trophies still aren't available, so those grenades are bound to fly in. 2 ticks here would be a brilliant start. They may only get 1, but the pressure is still there for Surge, and I talk about it quite a lot. The carrot is being dangled. You want to continuously keep pushing this if you have that pressure. Not going to happen. No, Assault will shut it down. Good play from LAG. They can extend them players up towards the top end of the map. Thieves will constantly be a pain in the... I was about to say in the ass there. Brycey will go with it, and he will consistently be that player. Pushing up towards it, but has been rebutted yet. Seattle Surge do hold on after a seemingly good start from Seattle Surge.
This is what they want to do. Keep them boarded up in spawn. Keep them checking their angles. Don't allow them to sprint and get map control. They are pinned in as well. And those are another 2 big kills for LAG. They have the angles. They have the spawn. You can see Thieves looking. You can see Assault as well is pushed up. They continue to win these. It's hard for Seattle Surge to get anything done.
And Assault plays this role as well as anybody else in the league. Every single time you see LA Guerrillas playing this map, Assault is in and around blue. Cruise missile in the back pocket. Seattle Surge thinking about a push over towards B, but there you go. Simp has read it. Patient play from him. Deceive's going to get taken down as well. Huge opportunity for a B push. Exceed has to go big.
They're going to know he's here as well. Fred is going to call it perfectly. Knows Exceed is flanking, and that is B gone. LAG have got to defend for 1 minute 23. They have the advantage in lives, and aBeZy's up radio tower is going to be their key point. He has to be the keystone here for them as well to keep them off of them, but Deceives will be their close range.
Staying alive. Right inside the point, though, is going to start causing some issue, but not anymore. Deceives blinks at him and he dies. Wonderful wipe coming in from LAG. And honestly, I really like the attack that came up from Seattle Surge over towards the B side. They just push through the middle of the map, get control of the spawn, and then just watch for players coming on the flank. It is sometimes predictable. Just don't run head first through bar into them. Now all of a sudden you've got control of A. Arsony's going to get taken down as well. This is a huge opportunity for Seattle to take the lead in the control.
Assault has to play this perfectly. It's all on him. He's going to be playing towards the back. He does have this cruise missile and it flies, but there's so many players in there, but it's perfect. The nades and tacks come through. They take out the trophy, and it will be them getting back in at the same time as Arsony's. He kills Pred, but kills his teammate. It doesn't matter. They hold on by the fingernails.
Seattle Surge only with 6 lives remaining here as well. That looked like the round was signed, sealed, and delivered. What is the play now? Assault had a hell of a round. Exceed. Doesn't matter that he's 1-5 because Assault's sitting at 11-3. Deceives finds Simp as well. Those lives down to such small numbers make it no more respawns for the side of Seattle Surge. You have to be perfect from here if you want to take away round number 1.
28 seconds to go. They cannot check every corner. They cannot pull this one perfectly. They just need to get in and win these trades because there are no more for them. aBeZy already takes that accuracy. The 3 versus 12. Pred's going to fall as well. It is over. Only Mack alive. And LAG hold on. They give away 5 ticks.
Good defensive hold by LAG in the end. That spree from Assault at the beginning of the round, essential. You don't have that cruise missile, I don't think you win the round. I hope that was just a glitch, and that we can continue to load into the second round. But honestly, Seattle played that well. I like the B push coming in. 5 ticks out of an attacking round. Considering where they were, though, I think they will probably be a little bit disappointed, but you take the small wins. LA Guerrillas, where they have struggled, though, is the attack. Assault is one of those players you can sit and play patient. Play smart over towards this B side. What can he do on the attacking side now? 13-3 from Assault.
And if you're Seattle, an absolute must hold. 13-3 Assault. Looking already to get back onto this point. Not worried about a cruise, not worried about anything else. Unfortunately, he's outnumbered. And when he gets onto the point, his team will get wiped on.
And that's a bit of a testament towards Seattle Surge's strong defense on this map. So it's 73% of the time that they're going to take it, heading over towards the top of the statistics for that one. LAG's attacks are where they really do struggle. So it was very crucial that they found their defense. Good shots coming in from our cities now. And the push coming in from Exceed. Probably will be the first one to fall. I wouldn't like to take that gunfight against our accuracy up towards the top side. Exceed trying to survive as the rest of the teammates do get cold over towards the bar side. Now Exceed trying to do it on his own will get wiped out. Not a bad push coming in from LAG, but not quite able to find the kills in the middle of the map. Our city's still going, by the way.
Gets out with his life. Now
Transition
runs the
to B.
route. For where he's going. And they have numbers over here as well. Arsenal is waiting for this first wave of kills. That's why they're not stacking. They're going to find 2 at least, and Simp slows them down. If he hadn't have found it, they would have got all 4 onto that point. At this point, they will now commit more members towards it. That second tick is going to come through very, very fast. I'm not even sure if Seattle can do anything here.
Looks like they might have choked it. They might have a little look at it, but that should be B gone. There it is. LAG will secure it. Seattle Surge just slightly late to the party. And that's just a great push from LAG, pushing over towards the B side. You get wiped over towards A, you send it down B. Good play, and now they can play with the spawns. Assault continues his reign of terror here on El Asilo. 17-5, it's another spree for him. 2 more away from that cruise missile. He's putting the pressure on here. Seattle Surge are kind of all at sea at the moment. Those players who have pushed up over towards the mid-map, you're talking about Pred and Sid, have to survive here as the rest of the team try to fight their way out of spawn.
They're doing it. Exceed finds 1 more Arsenal. It's just trades everywhere across the map. The big fight might actually be Sib staying alive on radio tower. He's giving his team an anchor to get back in and contest this position.
Good shots from Exceed, equally as good. Grenade from accuracy, but the kills coming in from Arsenal's Assault. Sib has been alive up towards top radio for quite some time. He can't challenge it though. He needs his team to go off the respawn, but they are in absolute Narnia. Sib has to challenge this. He has to slow it down.
And down he goes. Down he goes completely, and Assault will now farm them off the respawn. And there's nothing there for Seattle Surge. LAG go 2-0 up in the control.
The defense might be tight for LAG, but that attack was as one-sided as you could possibly want. Beautiful spawn control. They moved the B push that they executed so well initially. Get a hold of the point and then just push towards the spawn. Seattle Surge, a couple of gunfights. I want to say they maybe over-challenged towards B. That then puts them back towards their spawn. They're coming off the respawn. You then have to fight through such a hard gunfight. When LAG take up that top plat area and when Assault is playing like he is, it is so difficult to find a push back out. They're fighting with odd numbers immediately over towards that A side that they're trying to hold on to. Never get a chance to set up. LAG, beautiful control play. Exceed now getting the aggression coming through. Pred will deal with them. Seattle Surge need a good couple of rounds here. We've seen a comeback from them already in this game. Bryce will take one here in control to end the series here.
That's what they're looking for. It's going to be Pred. The superpower was popped. He's looking for players. He's looking for any kills to help his teammates out. He's going to try and get some weak, but down he falls as well. Only going to be Mack left alone on this point. He does have overlook from accuracy, but nobody else.
Oh, Mack just going to get distracted at the wrong time, but it's going to spin it around. The call-outs would have come through from Pred. That 2 are pushing bar. But with the way that Assault is shooting right now, you can call out if you want. He's gunning everybody on the map. Also, he's going to go for the challenge. Gets rid of Pred as well. So that pressure over towards A is now going to have to be invested from Seattle Surge over towards the B side. And Assault is once again on a spree. Another cruise missile for him.
Seattle Surge really haven't been dealing with LAG well at all. Arsenal is 15-6. And here comes a cruise missile. They will not give Seattle Surge an inch on this map at any point.
It's a big air push coming in. That's where the cruise missile is going to head. Simp is going to survive by grace of the trophy system, but the push is going to start coming through. Good play from Simp to keep this one rolling. Brent could have done with fall on that one, though. Is Assault again. Looking like prime Assault here. This man's a world champion. You can see why. 26 and 7. It's going to make a 27. The gunfight against accuracy is challenging everything. Seattle Surge have to throw everything themselves over towards this A point now. They have not been able to find anything in this control. LAG are walking away with it at the moment.
That's what I need to do is play control accuracy. It was going to be Assault who just completely dominated in the control, and he's doing it again. And Joe deceives. He doesn't have a lot of kills, but I feel like he's getting the important ones. Eventually, though, 2 down on towards B. Exceed under fire at the same time. Just cannot get anything going. The only thing he's really doing is stopping Seattle Surge committing to this fully.
Lives just about on the side of Seattle Surge here. Potential for a round. Nobody on the flank. They know will inevitably be coming through, though. They get rid of Assault, so, well, I mean, that's pretty much the hard part done. That second tick is in as well. This might be done, right?
I think it is. They're already. Simp's coming back. He's second the point. That tick is rocketing up fast enough. It's going to be RCs around the back. It's not going to be enough. Pred is going to fall, but the tick will go towards them. Seattle Surge win their attack. Can they now get their defense done?
LAG did everything right for about 3/4 of the round. Keep them away. Yeah, the kills are tight. But you then start losing a couple of gunfights, just opening that door ever so slightly for Seattle Surge, who now get their attack underneath their belt. Seattle now over towards the defensive side against such a weak attacking team, typically in LAG. So control. Is that still going to be a problem for LA Guerrillas here? Seattle Surge going to show their resolve 2 maps in a row. Assault is still putting up some serious numbers here at 28 and 10. Seattle Surge, though, the important number for them is that they got one on the board. Big B hit coming in from LAG. Simp's going to be dead to rights. It's going to be a big push.
They can't let LAG get this many numbers into B this early already. Arseny's taking down Mack as well. Here he goes. The superhero you want. But will he be the superhero they need? Pred already finding one, looking for any more. Who is going to be in his sights? And he's found nothing. He's dancing around this B site. The LAG playing a little bit coy.
Yeah, I think they know that they've lost kind of control of where Seattle Surge are. They don't really have a read whatsoever. So they jump up and just go to control for the spawns. Simp already looking to try and find Exceed, who is just going to be a right pit over towards that backside, but maybe not for much longer. The good shots coming in from Simp. Could do with dealing with him, because this will be something that they have to deal with.
Exceed and Simp just having a 1v1 by themselves on the other part of the map. Not really doing anything else. Exceed will eventually win it, and that's going to cause some problems, because realistically the rest of the fights have been going on. Seattle Surge finally getting some down, but Exceed will be able to stop the clock if he wants to.
It doesn't go for it because the rest of his team do die over towards A, so inevitably would have had a couple of Seattle Surge players converging around him. Takes his time, finds a couple of kills, eases that pressure. Still alive. Here with Joe deceives. Second tick is now in. Seattle Surge are here to try and retick though.
That entire tick was off the back of Exceed winning his ones, and he keeps winning them. Eventually will fall to Pred. Just a bit of bad timing going through. Time is ticking now for LAG, but they should be able to get on this point. They have the numbers and the position. This should be in, and we go over to A.
Yeah, that should be B taken now, but for the side of Seattle Surge, don't overcommit towards this B side. Have time to set themselves up towards A this time around. So LAG shouldn't be able to just go and take liberties on the spawn as they did last time. Seattle should, well, we're set up. Pred will get dealt with. Now, all of a sudden, if you're LAG, do you play around keeping Pred out of it? Keep it 3 versus 4 as long as you possibly can. You can see Assault is playing those spawns. Pred spawn a long way away. An opportunity for LAG to take this one now. Pred's going to get killed again. It's still 3v4 on the site.
Looking to commit to it. They're looking to commit. Jared will fall to Mack, though. Seattle Surge are spread wide. Eventually, though, Pred will be able to get back out of that spawn and reinforce. And LAG just cannot find any gap to slip through yet.
He's still alive here, causing problems in the spawn. But the big problem for LAG is getting accuracy off radio. Just an absolute nightmare to try and deal with at any given time, never mind against accuracy as well. But here come the kills for Seattle Surge, and that will just release some of that pressure. They won't get any indication as to where Assault is because of the spawns that haven't come through. They find a clean wipe. So Assault trying to be the playmaker here, but has to be a fast one at that. 25 seconds.
Looking for it. Problem is they've taken the pressure off Seattle, and now Pred is roaming. Mack is also getting kills at the same time. Assault has to commit. He knows players are coming off the respawn. If he can get this, if LAG can find this next wave of kills, they can end this map right here. He knows where Simp is, and he absolutely snaps. Unfortunately, two of his team go down as well. Assault will now have to commit to the point. He has to stop the clock. Down he falls as well. Nobody from LAG in a position to really do anything else. And we're going to round number 5.
Arcitys and Co. can't find the breakthrough, but accuracy is big chilling up top radio for the majority of that round. When you think about teams, when they find this push up towards B, we always have A as synonymously as the easier site to take. But when it's the only one you can concentrate on, Seattle Surge can concentrate themselves. And set up 4 over towards that side of the defensive team are so hard to break down, especially when you got a player like Accuracy who knows how to play his life so well up there. The previous attacking round that LAG found, when they found B, they could keep that pressure on the spawn. They didn't have that luxury this time around. Round 5 we go. Is it another potential LAG collapse? 2-0 up in the control. They were 4-1 up in the search and destroy. Around here or there, Bricey, they very much could have been looking at a 2-1 lead, but they may well be going out the series if Surge can hold this defense.
Surge are looking for it as well. Mack has got control here, and there are players in front of him. He's waiting desperately as all goes quiet.
Feels like LAG looking for the perfect break. Here in the door over towards Shaw, gets caught popping the dead silence. There you go. LAG, can you find something here? The hipfire is just wonderful from Pred again. We're back on down. We'll start to stop the reinforcements coming through if he possibly can. And I'd imagine he will. There's another one for him. Simp will find one onto the point as well. LAG staggered push over towards B. I was about to say it hasn't worked. A couple of kills fall their way though. Pred has to stay alive and has to continue to slay.
That's all they want from him. Run, Pred, run. Find the kills and gun, Pred, gun. Eventually he does fall. But it has caused a disruption. LAG do not have the map control they wanted.
They have got the spawns over towards B. They can have another stab at it over here. A couple of kills fall there. Wait, this might be a start.
They've got bodies. They've got time. They've pinned it down. Look at the amount of trophies down. Pred already finds one on to exceed. Slowing this tick down just a little bit. Seattle Surge going to look for it as well. Arcitys finds one accuracy with another. And it will be to get off. Arcitys trying to stay alive here at this point. Down he falls as well. It is now run to A. And pray you get there in time. Pred is ready though, laying on the floor. Exceed will fall. Seems may just get there for a second chance.
10 seconds to go. LA Guerrillas need to find pretty much everything they possibly can here, but Mack on the flank just may well be the party pooper. There's one. Jodeci's still inside the point. Finds the second as well. Pred with a nade. We'll see you later. Exceeds inside on his own, but that might be game.
I think that's it. With 7 seconds ticking away, we can see Assault is running towards B, but he will have to dive onto the boxes and slows it down. Arcitys gets a kill as well, but accuracy is here. It's snaking. It's baking. It's short. It's not LAG. Get bodies onto the point. It's 1.6 seconds. There's no way. They've extended it by a full minute. Hope is alive on El Asilo.
They haven't been able to push over towards the plat side. One player left towards the spawn is Pred. Seattle Surge have managed to find themselves in a position to set up here, but LAG are closer than they may well think. 2 kills come in from Simp and Mack, but Assault answers back with 2 of his own. He's been an absolute titan for LAG. But Exceed, the only one left momentarily. 7v12 in the lives department, 40 seconds remaining. LAG have to take their time here. They have to pick Seattle apart if they want to continue in this series.
This may not come down to time, and it may not come down to lives. It may be a blink or break. Exceed looking for anything here. Pred stuck in that spawn. Eventually will fall. 3 versus 4 on a Mack, but it goes down. And you can see LAG are desperate for this break. They're desperate to get the position as well. Exceed moving at the same time. They get it. They should be able to get into the point as well. Mack continuing to find kills, but this will be stopped. It's a 4 versus 8. Exceed falls to Pred, and Jodeci left alive. He's trying to find his own kills. He'll fall as well. A 2 versus 7. LAG have been reverse swept on the control. They have been taken out of this game 3-0. It's a good start, but bad finish, and that is all that matters.
Seattle Surge, when it matters as well. Just before the major, their final game, showing that steely resolve that we need to see from them. So many games it looks dead and buried, and yet they still come back and can find the wins. Impressive in the hard point, resolute in the search and destroy, same thing again in the control. LAG, that's a tough one to take. The hard point, there's no complaints about that one. You got outplayed. But the search and destroy and the control, Bryce, they were in prime position in both of those modes. 4-1 up in the search, 2-0 up in the control. You've got to see it out. You have to see it out. Even if you could take one of those maps, you're looking at the rest of the series with some potential. You can't take one of them. Seattle Surge, very much a contender for the major next week.
And I just feel for LAG, and really do, Assault, 32 non-traded kills in that map. RC's again with almost his entire team down. Look at that, 25 kills versus 37. He still almost has the same damage. Assault was having a ridiculous game. Pred really accelerated towards the end, 25 non-traded kills for himself. But LAG, it just felt like there were times where they had that locked in and let it slip. Tiny, tiny moments. Seattle Surge with the ice.
Yeah, it's a real tough one. Look, Seattle's clutched up where they needed to, but for LAG, I think, you know, the positives you can take, you were in positions to win maps. Yeah, okay, you haven't closed them out. That will be immensely frustrating. But they're in this spot to potentially win 2 of those maps there. You've got to try and take some positives away from that one. Seattle Surge, ultimately, though, looking very, very strong.
Yeah, they certainly are. And let's hand it back over to our desk, who I'm sure have plenty to say about that series. Puckett, over to you.
By the way, I picked Surge online, just not here on the show live. Surge with back-to-back 3-0s to close out our qualifier leading up to Major number 4. I thought they were already in the running for a team that could raise the trophy at the end of next weekend. I think today they solidified that. They're now guaranteed a top 3 seed. LA Thieves could pass them, but right now they're in the number 2 spot.
We've seen Seattle go 4-1 on online qualifiers before, but I think the biggest difference between then and now is certainly in accuracy. I cannot praise it as much as we have during stage 4. I mean, that map number 1, Simp goes 31-19. Insane numbers across the board, but the interesting stat about it is that accuracy dropped the same damage, 3,400, with 6 less kills. So what does that mean? He's relieving a lot of the pressure off his teammates and making it easy for them to pop the 2 and 3 pieces that we know them so well for. So Seattle Surge, and then we go into that search and destroy. 5 in a row, and on a map again, Fortress S&D that they used to be terrible at.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely won the mental battle. When you think about that search and destroy, a couple of rounds, like we saw that one LAG tried to flood through open. Yeah. Seattle's just totally ready for it. Accuracy's in position, like you said, putting down those shots. Also had the second most damage in that search and destroy. And then you think about the following round right after that as well. Seattle just waits for them again, finds those kills, and then that put LAG in the back foot. They're like, okay, how do we want to approach the rest of this game? No longer wanted to play near open and close, and they rotate over towards P1, kill them there. So Seattle Surge in the mental battle on search and destroy seemingly has gotten so much better strategically in the mid-game adjustments. And then once again, the icing on the cake, the comeback in that control. Assault was popping off in those first 2 rounds. Slowed down considerably. The subs couldn't find any success through bottom mid. The stacks come in. Seattle looked very strong.
Very strong. I mean, it is a heartbreaking loss in the LSCLO because the fact that Adam, again, he drops 37 and 24. Like Anson, did slow down near the later half, but that's no knock to him. You got to look at the teammates surrounding you. Like, that much pressure on the map is being relieved on an LSCLO. You go up 2-0, and you allow the other team to ice up, win an offense. They have a dominant defense following that, and then they get the defense round 5 once again. Seattle Surge looking stunning in that game number 3.
Yeah, it's been tough. You know, when you think about LAG, they've tried to play a CeeLo control in their last 5 series. They've only won 1 of them, and it's been against Las Vegas. So a lot for them to work on. Also, let's take a look at the scuff play of the game here. I think it's going to be that Ninja Defuse by Pred. The Ninja Defuse in that search and destroy. This is a wild S&D, man. Some pretty crazy rounds we saw, Ellie.
Yeah, and this was over on that B site. I honestly commend the decision-making from LAG to push over towards B and prioritize getting that bomb down. I'm surprised that Mack held on to the defuse for this long. When we were on his kill cam during this round, he was choosing whether or not he should kind of hop off it or not. He ends up sticking it, and the shots don't come through, and the defuse goes through.
Woo, look at those reactions from the Surge. They're celebrating our scuff play of the game, and that Ninja Defuse for the W. Surge, let the world know this is a squad that is putting everyone on notice.
100%.
Next week.
Yeah, and I mean, they get that Ninja Defuse, and they also had the clutch where they planted it on the opposite side, and Pred comes in from close, finds the 2-piece. Yeah. I mean, these guys are feeling pretty good right now.
Great stuff from Seattle's Surge. We look at this team. We look at OpTic. They're our top 2 seeds at the moment. Allie, what separates the two, or what's familiar between the two squads?
Between OpTic and Seattle?
Yeah.
I think OpTic right now, the kind of biggest difference is how dominant they've been winning in their respawns. I think Seattle is a solid hardpoint team, but I think OpTic Texas just has a little bit of an edge there.
There you go. We're waiting on our next matchup to kick off. Before we get there, quick reminder, pick up your gear, shop.callofdutyleague.com. If you want the jerseys, the hoodies, the hats, the t-shirts, and more, it's all in the same place. And of course, get your gear in-game as well. Team packs are available right now from Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty. Wear them inside your ranked games, Warzone 2, wherever you want to play. Get them today. That's what's going on here in our CDL sales world, but there's one more thing. We got a QR code. How does this work, Nameless?
Yeah, you scan that QR code, you can get the Call of Duty League pack. That is the actual operator that I'm running at the moment because it blends in on the map.
All right, first match is done. We are going to let the Surge go celebrate. When we come back, we're kicking off match number 2. Can Røkkr rise up the rankings, or will it be Thieves challenging for the number 2 seed? That's coming up after this.
What's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it.
Well, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break.
I think he did. You can see the Afro comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke runs into trouble. Oh my God! Defending the world. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the bike. Kenny!
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League Puckett Alley Cat Nameless. We're gearing up for match number 2. That's coming up here in just a moment. But first, we want to talk to the Seattle Surge, who won our opening round. They took a 3-0 over LAG, and aBeZy is now on the show live. aBeZy, you guys started with a loss at the very beginning here of our qualifier to LA Thieves. Then you beat Toronto, the previous major champion, 3-2. After that, you gave up a game to Florida, but win that series, and now it's back-to-back 3-0s. What's going on with the Surge? How are you guys heating up the closer we get to this major?
I think we're just hitting a different mode right now. I think we're hitting our stride and, just coming together as a team, honing in on all the mistakes that we've been making throughout the season and just making sure we don't do that again.
Actually, again, I would commend you on your individual performance throughout Stage 4, as well as who's calling the shots in Search and Destroy, because Fortress hasn't been that good of a map for you guys. Obviously, you've been working on it, played it in the last 2 series that you 3-0'd, and I think one of the biggest differences for me was seeing you guys get so aggressive on that A side and kind of getting into the mental of LAG to switch the momentum.
For us and S&D, it's kind of, we all take our time, making the play calls, whatever someone's feeling. We have full confidence in everyone's calls. So if someone's feeling something, we just do it and execute it. So it's kind of like a team game for the play calls.
Cool.
Lamar, you guys look absolutely incredible. You in particular, you've been frying. As the problem solver and the leader of this squad, how do you feel like you guys are stacking up now compared to previous stages or times where you guys have went 4-1 when you fried? How does this version of the Surge feel headed into this major?
I think we feel a little more well-rounded. Last stage we went 4-1, and I think we were playing very well. Of course, we had like a heartbreaking loss in the winners bracket versus FaZe, but I feel we're a little more well-rounded now coming into this stage, better at S&D, a little better at control, and our hard point, we've always been a hard point team, so I think we're a more complete team now.
Good.
Your 3-0 is going to set you up now for our 3rd seed, potentially the number 2 seed here if Thieves don't complete a 3-0 of their own. Does the seed matter for you guys? What is going to separate you and the trophy?
The seed doesn't really matter for us. We were just in it for the points. That's all that match was for us. We're still kind of lower in the rankings, so we're fighting for those points.
Points matter most. I love that answer. aBeZy, congrats on the win tonight. We got to let you go.
Thank you.
That is aBeZy in Seattle Surge, who finished 4-1. Now it's time to find out, can the Thieves join them at that count at 4-1? Or will it be Minnesota Røkkr surging to 3-2? Here's our maps and modes, Allie. Tell me, what are the Røkkr's chances of climbing back up? They're currently 9th overall in the season. A win here would put them back above Vegas again.
I mean, their chances aren't super great. I mean, Minnesota's pretty average at best. They've been decent at control this split, so I'm looking at that Expo, that little bit of unknown for both of these teams. I'm also looking at Afro. I mean, again, we're talking about a Season 1 Minnesota Røkkr that we haven't seen since then, and that's the only team that would have a chance against LA Thieves right now.
Yeah, talking about Expo, I mean, these are the 2 control teams on that map that look great at it, so that should be a battle. Historically, though, this matchup, LA Thieves are 9-0 map counting against Minnesota. That's 3-0 all 3 times, baby.
Jesus.
Match is ready. Røkkr versus Thieves. Ding, ding, ding. We've got our casters. Chance, can you start this one for me?
Yeah, I got you, Puckett. I will absolutely take it away because we're going to have an electric series at our hands, and I think Nameless just kind of hit the nail on the head. LA Thieves, they have had their number all year long, a bunch of 3-0s down the pipeline, so I think Thieves are feeling a little bit comfortable in this series. I know they have a lot of maps that, Miles, they don't necessarily play as much, but happy to see it against Røkkr.
Yeah. They do.
Great job, man. That was dope. Also,
Yeah, we
Puckett, you stepped up to the plate. You smashed that. I choked, but that's fine. Plenty of choking happening today. Hopefully, no choking in this series, though. That'd be tough. Røkkr, LA Thieves. Last time we saw Røkkr chance a little bit of that home series buff. We'll see if they can bring the same goods today. And interesting to see, yeah, if the LA Thieves funky map set, very funky indeed. I will touch on that in a moment, but also first time we've seen them play in a hot minute.
I mean, yeah, I think throughout stages 3 and stage 4, well, stages 3 and 4, there you go. For LA, they've just never played back or hardpoint. So it's been a hot minute, obviously 2-1. So they've had success when they do play it, but rare sight to see them on this map. And again, they're confident against Minnesota, which is why they're happy to let this one through. So we'll see if it pays off for them. Certainly, if you get the good side off the opening break, you're hoping for a decent bit of success, but it does look like Minnesota will be the first team to the point.
First in. Left-hand side of the map, still Thieves, though. See how the breaks go towards this one. Cammy, guns up in the hills. Super soaking and slaying. Over to Envoy now. He has been an incredible player to watch all season long. Let's see if he can't crack this hard point. And he doesn't. Cammy wins another big one. Return to form there from McGilligan.
That truly is a big win as well. Yeah, now talk about a massive win that has sort of a cascading effect, right? Cammy wins the single one-on-one. You keep all the time, and you get this set up maybe for the wiper. LA Thieves are going to swarm, but you still end up gifting the P2 spawn to 2 of the players on Minnesota. So on the rotation, Røkkr certainly have potential to try and chain this hill. Admittedly, though, they don't have the back spawn, so these are not easy fights to win. And Kenny, 0 time wasted. Soars straight in, rips off a big 2, and LA should be nice and secure.
Doesn't waste any time, doesn't waste any bullets. Into the gallows we go. Can he hold this corner? Cammy on a bit of a heater to start things off here for Røkkr. In he goes. Can't stop Kenny, though. Catches out another. That's a force spree right now for Kenneth Williams. See if that time still rolls in his favor. Here comes the break now. Røkkr flying on through. Last man in Drazah. Can he find any kills here? Tags are good. Over to Fame. Catches him out. Over to Bance now. Oh my god. Gets him as well. Last man up. Afro taking care of business. And somehow Drazah turns a 1v3 into the point for Thieves.
Yeah, this is painful as well because, well, I was going to say if Octane could win a couple gunfights, LA Thieves could chain this one together, but Afro makes a pretty big play. Just bullies his way through the front, picks up a big 2. Drazah does the exact same thing, and I mean, kind of an interesting moment on the minimap. Røkkr have actually been able to win the rotation and win this scrap time battle, so Fame is doing a decent job collecting, and he's not even going to be out of the picture because LA Thieves, like, hunted him down, so that is a big time investment to allow Røkkr to get this set up, but you got to execute on the gunfights, and Bance will be there for 2.
Executes 2 of them. There we go. Lead change. Minnesota Røkkr. Still holding to this one very well. Plenty of time left here. Afro, the front man. As soon as the kills come through in this next wave, he's going to split over towards that new hard point. See if he can't catch spawns. Could be a 3-piece right here. Oh my goodness. Good patience. His teammates are there as well. Here goes the go button. Slam it. Fly forward. Good work out of Røkkr. The spawns are still going to be good for the LA Thieves, but that's lovely time in a full 60.
Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful. And in the meantime, right, you have Afro with a nice trigger discipline, but you got Cammy frying 9-2 on a 4 spree. And I know Cammy has garnered a decent bit of attention from the start of the year, and I know he has been improving over time. Stage 4 is where he has looked his finest, and again in this game hasn't slowed down. Neither has Røkkr. Good moves as well. Bance is gonna gun Kenny down as well. Kenny had 2 players to shoot at, and Bance 1 HP. All he needed to have left to get the job done. So that'll set you up. 1 kill away from the cruise. Bance is in the back, worried about this rotation. Røkkr right now, they are cruising.
1 kill, and they really will be. Kenny, though, he's the one finding the kills right now for LA Thieves, trying to battle for this cannon's hardpoint. Bance, check it. Tags, good. Cruise, secured. 2-piece, not quite. Good stuff, though, from Kenny. He's on an absolute heater right now for the LA Thieves, keeping him alive and kicking in this hardpoint. They're going to take the lead back. They can get it done here on this cannon hardpoint. And they've got a solid setup. Røkkr are not willing to commit too much to this one.
Yeah, honestly, for Bance, maybe a little bit too passive looking for the cruise instead of trying to get the pressure on the hill because you don't end up winning the rotation towards the time, but you do send Afro in to get a double kill as is tradition, and it looks like you are good for the wipes as Afro from up top rails is going to be able to get 3, so using a bit of scrap time once again towards Minnesota Røkkr, maintaining their lead, and even on rotation, Bance is in position just to be annoying. His teammates haven't given him too much yet. They're still fighting over towards P2, but you can wait for this hill to pop and try to root these players out of time.
Pretty patient play from Ben Bance. Envoy can't quite finish it. Over towards the blacksmith we now go. And it's LA Thieves finding these kills. They're holding on to this point for now. We're watching a very slow and very methodical Bance play for individual kills, and this is nice. He's had a really up and down series, or season, I should say, Chance. It's good to see Bance now finding this very consistent play, a great break there from Røkkr, and a solid amount of time still here on Blacksmith.
Yeah, an incredible amount of patience to get that break, and it is 35 seconds you are now fighting for. So if you take that long to make the break, you hope you get some time. In LA Thieves, 0 time wasted. They don't care about being patient at all. They get a clean 4-man wipe. They flip the spawns, and now they have an opportunity to set up the blunder.
We could be looking at lead change again here. 10 seconds remaining here on Blacksmith over P1 we go. First set, close though. Røkkr still coming out just in the end of it. I know a few moments are going to tick over. LA Thieves once again proving to be the incredible slaying squad that they are. Top horse. Oh, Octane absolutely cooking. Røkkr though, they're still going to maintain the lead. They don't have control here. Let's see how they break out of this one with a quick listen in.
I've got one spawn match. I'm going for the
Honestly, close.
Guys, backed up. Guys, I'm dead. One's
Open that shit.
Let's go, guys. Two dead.
Could be top, could be top.
Nice.
Yo, I'm pushing right,
I failed my die. Single.
What's up, me, Kenny?
You're on time. We're gonna flip.
I'm stunned here.
See one again.
I'll spawn out,
one shot.
C1 10. One spawn P4. Get this time, it's huge time.
Behind in time.
Go up.
Just sitting on your bed.
I'm going for an hill. Go top,
Every cross. I'm one shot.
Yeah, play through left. Go to top, the inside. Yo, he's back statue. Yo, one's open and back,
Top boat, run out. Open dead, road, dead.
Back stacks.
Tell us.
Yo, do you want to bully from me?
Right, he's back useless.
Yeah. We go through all.
Listen, we can jump up.
On dead.
DC2. Nice.
Yeah. Heard you. Get in.
They're going in the back. Pinching him up.
Window.
Octane in the back. Back on me. Dead.
Nice. Nice. Spam equipment here.
He's open, side time.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. I'm one shot. Got one close. Drazah, I think. On the stage, I think.
Yeah. He's hurt. One at a time, so much. I can up here.
Nice, I'm coming.
Weak.
Where's he?
In there, probably.
No, he's open side time.
I'll maybe can.
Open side time, okay? Nice, good shit.
More open.
I see him.
He ran back.
Hey, go through. Checking out.
I'm
gonna try to kill Octane running back.
Optimize spawning. You block him.
He's probably already spawned in. Yeah. Back flat.
I'm gone right.
Back flat's fucking absolute. I can't get an angle on him. He's lying down up there. Okay, I think he dropped those trees actually.
That's a shit.
Okay, I'm gonna get on top of the truck here, Kev.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Language, in we go. Chance. Røkkr with a slight lead. Here comes the hit towards the dreaded P3.
I mean, yeah, Money Hill as effective as it can be. And, well, Kenny's going to be there for 2. Kenny's going to be there to help for the 3rd as well. And this is the hill where Røkkr have had the most success. And I guess if you're getting through gate, you can drag Drazah back, and then Drazah can just take 2 more down. But it is scattered spawns. The gate spawn is going to be oh so close for both of these teams. Looks like Bance just a little bit too slow, so Kenny's going to catch him. And you still have LA just soaking up that time.
Sweet soaking. Here comes the lead change potentially. Final 25 here. This is solid time. You don't want to give up any of this if you're either squad. So Røkkr gifted with a close spawn. They're going to get that. Mid-map now, all LA Thieves. They've got control over towards cannons for the next one. See that lead change again in a moment. Envoy, though, not willing to let them escape. I love this play. Who's that in mid? There we go. Afro brought down again. Dylan Hannon. Dead silence popped. He should start flying now.
And this is also the blender spawn trap potentially getting set up. Last time Røkkr had to invest the cruise missile to get out of it. This time there is no cruise, but there is an Envoy inside of your maps. And right now he is the cartographer. He is killing everybody, doing the damage, and frankly just locking it down. Only one player's been able to cross him. And finally, it took 15 seconds before he could even make it to new time.
Chance, you're not a Halo guy. Clearly, he was the silent cartographer there. I'm not even kidding. Dead, he popped. He finds them kills in maps. Oh, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At the point we fly, Kenny. Another bang. That is a big 2 from Ken. That's 30 seconds. Dive on that point.
I mean, the slang's great, but yeah, the point is actually where the time's going to be collected. So Kenny's everywhere, but Røkkr found themselves back towards this time. It has been neck and neck, frankly, for the past like 3 or 4 minutes of this game. Røkkr fame, try to stay alive inside of the point. This is all just the trades for the final 10 seconds, and it is an absolute battle around this current hard point. Afro another 2-piece around the moment, but it is still just scrappiness. But all the fight's taken over towards old. On new, you see Røkkr set up. They got 3 of those little arrows just dancing around the time.
They're jiggling. Envoy. Taken care of. Cammy finds another one. 26 and 20 from him. Good stuff. Over to Fame. Right in it. We've seen some sweet 2 pieces from him. Can he get another one here? Trophies down. Here comes Drazah. Bance might be able to catch these players out. Nah. Good suppressing fire. The point is now safe. Drazah somehow finds 3.
Oh, wow.
Oh, baby. That's a 5 spree now from the Alaskan Assassin. And the clock's still ticking.
That is a moment like that just to get your team back in the game. So you have Røkkr trying to hit this hill from all angles, but Drazah has continued the destruction. That is now 7 in a row, and it only takes a spawn flank to end up chopping him down. But for the final 20 seconds of the time, Røkkr very happy to collect it if they can get it. But I'd say long term, you do have Thieves on the left side spawns, and opportunity still to make the comeback in this game.
Far from over. We've seen crazier things happen today alone. Here we go. Sweet 3 in the feed. Kenny keeps frying. 32 and 24 from him. Half points up. Third set is now upon us. Thieves are in it. Got everyone out trapped from Minnesota Røkkr. There's no hope of getting out as Octane heat is posted up. Those double winners are all his. Bance, you tried to squirt out. He couldn't. Kenny identifies it, deals with it. 5 in a row. Looking for the number 6. Afro's going to chow this, and he's going to eat it. That is 6 now from Kenny.
I mean, this is like the tide, right? LA Thieves, they've been working on the comeback this entire game, and this is the hill where they're gonna get it done. Good Lord. That was Fame getting the first kill for his team in what felt like 3 different waves being pushed, and frankly, LA Thieves, not even the good news of having left side spawns towards new. They could have just won it there on P1, but finally Røkkr get him outside of time and at least buy themselves some hope. But obviously, LA Thieves, they've taken the lead.
Massive lead change. And Drazah, he's still fighting for these few players on the backside of time. Spawns, though, all LA Thieves. Hard point, P2 set up. You're all good to go. LA Thieves, this is their map to lose. Drazah finds another sweet set of kills. Last 2 players are trying to make their way out, and here comes the hitman, Envoy, catching these guys out. No one from Røkkr able to even get close to this hard point. It is a watertight setup right now from the Thieves. Afro, though, has sprung a leak. This is the opportunity right now for Røkkr to get on it, and they do. They're flown in. Last man up is Octane. LaRue gets 2, 3. Oh, no. Trade it out. Bance is in there. This could be game. Drazah streaks. Send it fly. The hard point open again. Envoy's in there. It is done. No, the kills. Oh, Bance is in. Go, Drazah, go. The trades again. 2 from the back. Is there no time? Oh, my God. What a start to the series.
Yeah, man, you just got world start for 2 hills straight. Drazah on the Blacksmith Hill goes on a 7 spree, picks up like 2 different triple kills in the meantime. Kenny, when he gets in the bottom maps, also is picking up triple kills like they're not shooting back. And then Octane at the end when Røkkr do everything, and I mean everything. They read the players off spawn, they take down Envoy from top rails, and then the final guy, it is a 4 versus 1 on the actual point, and Octane fries you for the dub. That is a Minnesota miracle, but just in the losing in a heartbreaking capacity fashion. They threw that game away so hard.
Okay, I'm back. All right, let's take a look in a moment at the final few moments of that hard point. Our scuff play of the game. Oh, boys and girls, what a moment this was. Dude, what a start to this series. An absolute banger between both of these teams. LA Thieves take the lead. Here we go. This is where things got really hot. Eyes on the score. This is our scuff play of the game and the end of this hard point.
And I mean, the number of multi-kills LA Thieves just got in the final few hills. There's the double kill from Drazah, but like all this just comes down to, again, number 6 off spawn gets red. Bance is there for the kill. Afro wins his gunfight on top. Another one-on-one gunfight, and it's literally just Octane, and he shoots, but Fame doesn't shoot back. Afro gets fried, and Bance a little bit too late. And then it's just unfortunate for Bance. He's not a trophy player, so he has to move from the point when the cruise missile gets called in. But, I mean, you just can't let that happen. That is just like a panicky moment where everybody is desperate to get in the mix just to kill Octane. And that is just, again, a breakdown and a half. And those final, like, 2 or 3 minutes of aBeZy. And, well, for LA Thieves, very typical. They're happy. They're smiling. They're cheesing because they know they just stole game number 1. And for Minnesota, keep in mind, they're playing with a massive amount of pressure on them. Right now, they are tied with CDL points against Las Vegas Legion. If Minnesota lose this series and Boston win theirs, it might get weird because of tie breaks. Scenarios are always weird, but they could end up in the 8th seed and draw OpTic round 1. So This is an important moment for the CDL points, for the seeding going into the major, and to maybe just win a series that you didn't have a land for, in a sense.
Yeah. Wow. This was fun. Embassy coming up in a moment. Expo map number 3. This is bound to be a cool one. Hey, ladies and gents. Why, if that didn't get your blood pumping, yeah, we're ready to party. And then the next one, Embassy Search and Destroy, though, chance. Both teams fairly adept. I mean, I don't think anyone's got a super clear-cut advantage here statistically. I mean, prove me wrong, but damn, man. I mean, the question for me now is the resolve of Minnesota Røkkr. You're starting to test that. Watching the body language, watching the facial expressions. It's a little bit frustrated. Who are you blaming? Where's the mindset right now? With eyes forward, you have to be, but that was so close. You wanted that win bad. Afro Fame, Bance and Cammy. Everyone looked good. Everyone was cooking, frying. Comms were sweet. Everything seemed to be fine. Comes down to a final moment or two there. Wow, that really was great. That's what the CDL is all about.
Especially because of how hard they fought as well. Like, they had a couple nice hills early on, built themselves a nice little lead, and the entire game was basically just barely keeping LA Thieves at bay. They get stuck in the spawn trap the first time, have to call on the crews, they break out, keep that small little lead, and again, that is faces for one team, that is dire in the faces of the other. That's like, yeah, world champs, it's the end of the year, this is our time to shine and be at our best. And again, for LA, that's the first time they've played bag or hardpoint in the past like 2 stages. So it's been since stage 2 was the last time we've seen LA actually play it. That was their most banned or vetoed hardpoint map, and they get a win like that. So yeah, the vibes are going to be flowing.
Ooh, we'll see if those vibes can keep rolling. LA Thieves, they are still cheesing. Here we go, though. Strictly business for Røkkr. Leaning forward, a little bit of a hydration. Time to party as we get into now Embassy Search and Destroy. Map number 2, and here we go. Wreckers both pretty solid. First Bloods, retakes very, very close indeed. This should be a close one. If the stats are anything to go by, we'll see what Røkkr have got in the mental department, because now it's all about the mind games. Stay focused. Don't let that close game get to you. This series is far from over.
And while obviously a super solid map for both of these teams, for Minnesota Røkkr, again in stages 3 and 4, never played Embassy. So it's also been a while for these guys. It's going to be the first look for them with Fame on the roster, but there might be, you know, extra tools at their disposal potentially. I know Fame will pull out the Vastnet from time to time. He might have some mixy things he was doing in Challenger. So see if you can bring that to the table, or if you could just not watch a window and get 2-piece by Kenny. And that's the freest 2-piece he's ever going to have.
Super free. Super free. Well, that's the start of the round. Octane literally dodges a bullet. On plan B now for the Thieves, rather. They've got a pretty much a free plant. That's all good. Drazah, though, caught unaware. Fame, a technical 1v4. Good luck, mate. We'll see how this goes for you. Nice tags. And here come the Thieves.
He's getting hunted down as well. I'm pretty sure Envoy actually spotted him going towards the back, so the other 2 arrows should turn appropriately. You see Kenny repositioning around the bomb. He's ready for the back alley push. Octane turns around as well, so LA Thieves like clockwork. Kenny's going to spot him out as well. Yeah, this is beyond hopeless.
Yeah, no need whatsoever for the LA Thieves to do anything here. Fame can check this. He might just walk away with a single kill streak. Or catch Kenny, makes it a 2. There we go. Surely he doesn't challenge for the next. There we go. Great round, LA Thieves. Superb map control, superb positioning, and that 2-piece from Kenny Chance can't do wrong.
I mean, you know, just picking up the Embassy exactly where the bag art left off, I suppose. Just extra multi-kills where players on Minnesota just not really shooting back. I mean, that is just as simple as it gets for Kenny. Very basic, just runs in the bottom window. Ooh, piece of candy. There's 2 players not looking at me. They have no help, no one watching over them. So not a good strat from Minnesota. I guess in a sense they get blind countered. And that'll be a tough one to bounce back from.
Let's see if the 2-piece gods are still looking upon Kenny right now. Does he still have their blessing? At the moment, no. It's going to be Afro. He's getting the big tags. Kenny, though, hungry to hit out Cammy here. Stun check, passes over some information. Okay, Drazah's taking care of Fame, so that makes things a little bit more interesting. A 3v3 bomb in the hands of Bance, and we are right down the middle of the map. Pick a bomb site. Any bomb site. There's a Thieves player there. Tags Kenny. No way! The blessing is still upon him. Another 2-piece and the round.
Yep, multi-kill madness, not a trade to be found or bought, and it will just be continued smiles out and bound. And, the coverage was perfect. No real issues in that round, even after the first blood from Envoy. I think there were stuns connecting on Cammy in the back. Envoy gets some information, and at this point, I'm getting tilted from seeing LA Thieves laugh this much.
Don't hate the players.
It's gotta be so much fun to play with, though.
Don't even hate the game. Yeah, it must be a laugh. I mean, they're probably just laughing like, hey, I can't believe I tried this thing that we've talked about a million times in practice and it worked out, or it didn't work out, or this happened to me, or hey, did you guys watch that new show? No. True focus. Sadly, the trophy's focused on the wrong things. Envoy, as he dived through the air, destroyed.
Yeah, Drazah is evil for that one. Just kidding. That would be the technical first blood from Minnesota Røkkr. Everybody pouring in, but Kenny, the multi-kill machine, this time with the Vaznev in hand. And well, he'll be able to get the kill, bomb down, not a sweat off his brow.
Scrapz finds another 2v3. Cammy and Afro. A stun helps, but isn't a whole lot for him. Afro's dead silence, not going to amount to a whole lot. He's taking long-range fights that are difficult enough to win. Cammy, though, pulls some of the aggression, but bites off more than he can chew. Octane takes care of business. That's Afro sniffed out again. LA Thieves, another great round.
I mean, I'm willing to be proved wrong, but I'm almost starting to feel like this is just hopeless for Minnesota. Like, they started the round off perfectly. It is like enough nades and, you know, stuns and tacks that are coming through to get the first blood. You have a 4v3 in the first 5 seconds of the round, and it just collapses. They just get picked off one by one. And LA Thieves, even with the man disadvantage, things are just comfortable. Even for Kenny, just gets a free pick and then gets the bomb down for free. And it's just, again, not a lot of pressure I think LA have been feeling, or at least certainly not on aBeZy.
Possible to turn things around, though, Røkkr. Here we go. Afro, can he get first blood here? Players out and about. Catches one, the snap. Not enough for the kill, though. And if you look at that feed, man, Dooley, it is done. Cammy, it is over.
Yeah.
Peace out. And there's not a word across the mouths of the Røkkr players right now. This is starting to get frustrating, indeed.
I just, man, the difference, honestly, between the listening from... Oh, good old Octane. Just take a sip of the water. The difference in comms for Minnesota Røkkr during like the first half of that hard point and the second half compared to the final minute, it has to just be like a spiral into depression in a sense. Because, yeah, they do not look like they are in a good spot mentally right now. And again, a lot of pressure on Minnesota Røkkr in this moment. Tied in CDL points, right on the bubble to qualify for champs against Vegas. Vegas obviously now 4-1 in this stage. They've been looking fantastic.
Cammy with this snipe here could cause a lot of damage, but again, timing and a little bit of luck has got to be on his side, and Røkkr need both. That was the top paper check as well, and there was a player up there, so it is getting unfortunate from Røkkr. There's no doubt about it. COD gods are not smiling upon them right now. Bance is in a fight. Here comes Envoy. Oh my god, that is a perfect bit of teamwork. Nice trades though. Bance, okay, equalizes and gives Røkkr the advantage.
Yeah, there's the trades I was looking for. I was going to say Fame just got completely abandoned in that spot. All those arrows were focused on the A-bomb site, but you get the trades after the fact. Envoy knows there's a player above him, but he's on his own right now. Octane is very far away, and Octane's with the trophy.
Oh!
Yeah, I mean, he just got caught. Cammy, nice little shot there. Minnesota Røkkr do a nice job. Slow the pace down, pull out a sniper, switch things up, and look for some momentum. And Octane 4-0. Maybe think about a cruise, but without dead silence, not a whole lot you can do here.
Nope. Bang through the doors. Bang into the fight. There you go. Afro takes care of business. We finally get Minnesota Røkkr on the board. Cammy managed to catch her that Envoy play. I mean, as soon as that dead silence hit, this was the snipe. Look at the way he turns at the exact worst time and takes it in the back. There we go.
Yeah, that's good awareness. Whether Cammy made that read or Bance asked for some help, you haven't seen Envoy in a long enough time. Check the flank. Might as well see what's going on in the back. So good reads right there. Again, Cammy pulling out the sniper, slowing things down a great deal. And I'd say Fame got left a little bit out to dry in that round, but the instant response was there for the trade. So Røkkr on the board, making things happen.
LaRue in Vanguard, he don't miss right now. It's that he doesn't hit, it's not that he misses. Envoy trying to get off the donut. Here we go. Doesn't even connect. Will he be able to dive into the men's bathrooms? No, Kenny's there for it. Lovely teamwork once again from the LA Thieves.
Yeah, Octane said, oh, Cam, you want to snipe? We could do that. And he might have missed the first shot, didn't miss the second. He doesn't miss too often, and now in a 2 versus 4. Not a fun spot to have to be in, especially when the bomb has not moved at all from spawn, and especially not when Octane just gives the freebie information. And honestly, from Minnesota, I don't know where you go. You have Kenny watching like the bathroom push out top and bottom. You can't go through P2 because Octane's got the sniper. And if you try to cross, Envoy had it, but the moment he gives it up is the moment Afro crosses. So the 2v4, a little bit of hope until Drazah shuts it down.
Drazah is just being a force to be reckoned with here. Røkkr, it's all in the fame once again. He's not going to be able to do much. That bomb recovery position is nearly impossible to get to. No, I said nearly impossible, not entirely impossible, but that is the other equation he had to deal with. No answer there. Drazah locking it down. One more round, and the LA Thieves, they are still smiling.
I wish I would have studied chemistry a little bit more. Like on the bottom side of your screen is nothing but either serotonin and dopamine. On the top side would be whatever the opposite is. I'm sure there's a fancy word to describe it, or just lack thereof. I
was going to say just a deficiency, straight up deficiency. Yeah. Not a good look. Minnesota Røkkr unable to get anything going past that last round. Let's see what happens though. This is it, final chance. An Envoy, not a single kill, but there's no hope of him hitting this yet. That's right, he won't be joining the agency unless Røkkr can do something special. Here we go.
I mean, honestly, maybe LA Thieves are just taking turns dropping donuts for the dub. I know Kenny was able to take that accolade a few games ago. Or Envoy gets the first blood. He's on the board. No donuts, but can he get the round win? The trades are in. Envoy does get traded for the 2v2, but bomb down. And Cammy just going to hop it immediately.
Oh, I love this, though. He's on it. Covering fire. He should be able to get it. Kenny! Oh, he got it. He escapes. Kenny! The nade. He's done it. Fame is 2 damage to that is an outstanding finish to an outstanding search and destroy for the LA Thieves.
Okay, the LA Thieves with faces of guys that play video games for a living. Minnesota Røkkr, the faces of guys that, again, are feeling an immense amount of stress given the situation that they're in. But LA, very strong team, had a very nice bounce back again, like the Tide, making the comeback on aBeZy. And then they just carried that momentum and steamrolled into the embassy. It is going to be a spicy map for map 3. We're going to Expo. Both of these teams have only played it once, but both of these teams also have very strong wins. Røkkr took down Atlanta FaZe. LA took down OpTic. So could be a heavy hitter matchup in the control. But if Drazah and Kenny, that father-son duo, are playing like that, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
The first map was close, the second not even slightly. Expo control coming up, and hey, we've got to see a tremendous turnaround from Minnesota Røkkr on the edge of that top 8 for champs, and right now on the edge of a 3-0 loss to the Thieves. Ladies and gents, we can take a quick commercial break. On the other side of this, we're going to Expo. Dress warm, bring your swimmers if you really want, but no one's going on that pool. What are you, a freaking idiot? We'll see you after the break.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
It is now time to find out what happens here in map number 3, folks. Welcome back. Expo is where we're going for this one, and Røkkr are staring down the barrel of a 3-0 defeat. Chance, can they turn it around?
Technically, yes. Anything is possible. Dude, they are 0-11 in map count compared to LA Thieves. 0-11 on the year. That is horrible. Like, that is the boogeymen that they have to face up against in a moment where they're tied against Vegas Legion for the points. The shining light, the good news is they're 1-0 on Expo control. They beat Atlanta FaZe. I know, like, Cammy was frying when we saw him play on this map last time, but that's the good news. I mean, the bad news is, A, the vibes, not in the particularly best spot for Minnesota Røkkr right now. Backs against the wall, not an easy place to be. And by the way, if they lose this, especially in a 3-0 fashion, their likelihood of ending up the 8th seed goes up dramatically. It'd be sort of them versus Boston. And obviously, if Boston just win their next series, then Boston are in the clear. But as far as tie breaks go, losing a 3-0, worst case scenario when it comes down to map count. So Røkkr in a tough spot. And extra bad news, Octane also completely fried last time he played this map. There it is against OpTic, 30-13, a nice little near 3 KD on defense. I think he started out 5-5 and then finished 25-8, went on an absolute tear. So Cammy's great on one side, Octane maybe just a little bit better on the other.
See how it goes though. Here we go, Røkkr. Harness the cold, harness the snow, the chill in the air. Them LA boys, they're not cut like you are. You can handle it. Let's see what you got.
I mean, honestly, that's a great point as far as weather goes, but you do have LA. Looks like a straight up B hit off the rip, and yep, Envoy first blood with the tag. I mean, Envoy can do whatever he wants, and already a couple bodies on point. Envoy already multiple kills in the feed, and this is exactly how LA wanted it to go down, especially when that's the first kill Røkkr have now gotten.
James got one. Afro has to check this, and Octane, he's on the stairs. He's not glitching. And this is one hell of a spot to be in. Afro, check it. Smoked. Absolute perfection so far from the LA Thieves. Second segment of being long gone. We're closing out this one also.
And if I'm Minnesota, I'm like almost doing a just tail running to back spawn and trying to block as quickly as possible. Now you got arrows like number 1 and number 3 starting to work up on it to set up the spawn trap, but we're down a decent bit on lives, and yeah, Envoy continuing to shred. Maybe he was the AR to be fair. I think Envoy already has 4 kills.
Can he eat? Doesn't make any noise, but doesn't mean he's invisible. Oh, wait a minute. There you go. Afro, nice 2. Clean up these players. Just about 2 minutes to go here. Envoy finally put to rest there. 7-2 overall, and an electrifying start from him. Now back over to the point. Good timing out of Octane. This is a very, very strong approach. It comes down to Fame to win a fight. Gets his kill. Over now to Drazah. Can he find his? As the approach towards the point continues, and Røkkr are holding it down.
Yeah, shooting through nade smoke is always a fun one, but Cammy, last man standing, and Envoy is challenged. Any back pressure they would have had on the spawns absolutely eviscerated. LA now on the A zone. It's only one person on it, Envoy for a moment, so it's going to be a slow capture. LA, they're setting up just to play for these kills, and it looks like they're going to get funneled in. A bunch of trades going back and forth, but Envoy still just soaking up the time. It's him versus Bance. Bance has to challenge. Well, can't even get it done. Envoy, his teammates, doing a wonderful job of covering it.
Oh, unbelievable. Second segment on the way out. It's a fast capture now. No one else is stacking this one up. Here we go. Father and son duo. Oh no, it's not Drazah. Kenny though. The snapper. Cammy dive. Contest. Last moment here. A single kill is all they need. Can Cammy find both? He can't. That's the round. Big wins out of Octane. Did I see a bite of the lip? Possibly. Good stuff from the LA Thieves.
Well, you didn't see it was any real pressure on LA in that round. I mean, that's almost like the standard. They went for a B hit off the rip, got every single kill, got the slow capture with 2 bodies on point the entire time, and then immediately killed the players out of their spawn, got the pressure on the A zone, and as soon as Envoy's feet touched the zone, never left it until the very end, and it was Cammy that killed him, who got traded out instantly. So literally like clockwork right there for LA, and we thought Octane was the person to be feared. Turns out it was Envoy all along.
Here comes the defensive look from the LA Thieves. 2 towards B, 2 towards that top bar section. They can go towards A or B from that spot. Very, very important place to play from ranked play teammates. Here we go. Drazah, not going to let this bar go. Cammy, great spot to be in there. Fame and Cammy, they find their kills. Oh, a nice 2 from Fame. Not quite as productive, let's say, as the LA Thieves were a chance in their opening round, but Røkkr, they're on B, and that first segment's done.
Yeah, Minnesota, though, starting to make moves. You got Cammy wrapping around the back spawn, maybe to look for a couple errant kills to set themselves over up the A zone. Looks like in the feed he doesn't win it, though, so Minnesota almost forced at this point just to stick with the B attacking. LA, they're thinking about fighting for it, almost like zombies coming through the windows. Envoy thinking about hunting you down, but he ends up getting hunted himself. And just like that, 2 offenses where both teams cakewalk through the B zone.
They cakewalk through the B zone, and it looks like Røkkr were born for the stage. They really did not miss a beat there. Great stuff, good holds. Now back over to the point of A, the last one here on Himmelmatt, just over 2 minutes to go with it, and 26 lives for Røkkr chance. This is a long time to work with.
It's also Afro with that silence, so the opportunity to make the big play. Cut off, man. Does a decent bit of damage for the 2 players tucked in the side. It looks like only 1 player is going to end up getting traded out. Bance finds that kill, and it looks like that's the play right now for Røkkr. Get it past that, back in the base and be annoying, and hey, so far so good.
Smoked. Absolutely. Here comes the hit on A. Afro checking every possible corner, nose on voice in the bottom side of the restaurant. And it helps out. That's a nice win. Starting to get the capture going. Oh dear, if Bance can win this, sadly doesn't. Drazah, he will be a thorn in a moment. Octane, big wins up close against Afro. An uncharacteristic death for the man with the Vaznev. Life count, though, still in the favor of Røkkr, as is the time.
And those are the gunfights for LA that let you stabilize as well. They could have been down by a decent amount in the life column, and if they lost those gunfights, the pressure would have been on A, and they would have had to fly. But now they can play nice and slow. Snake the stairs forever, play for some trades, get in whatever position you need, and you got Drazah doing a little dance around the restaurant. A bunch of players outside, and yeah, he kicked the door open into death. Røkkr, they now have the clearance.
On A, segment done. Seconds on its way out. Octane trying to get in position behind these players. Slow and steady, and catches 1. That's good enough for now. It's on to Afro to go pretty wild here and try to keep some semblance of map pressure for his boys there, and he's been dealt with. Kenny now on a roam. Dead Silence is nearly done chance, but this is a power position to be in.
I heard every single one of those players. How did Kenny not? No one on LA actually reacted to this. 3 players just ran directly underneath them, and now they're getting kills shooting players in the back. Kenny, apparently, the only guy that doesn't use EQ. If I can hear it and he can't, that is wild.
Here we go. Bance, that's a big one. Pressure now, Envoy. Oh my god, he's so hard to kill. It's just obscene. Fame caught unaware. Drazah, nice 2-piece. 30 seconds to go, and we're back to 9 lives each. LA Thieves are doing it.
Yeah, LA Thieves were down by like 7 or 8 lives at one point. They had a triple flank that they got gifted because Kenny didn't have his audio on, and even then, Thieves just win every single important gunfight after the fact. Kenny still annoying in your base, shooting you in the back, and now for Bance, a lot of corners to check. Envoy, he's in between a bunch of them. There's the freebie #1, and you're gonna get shot in the back as soon as you touch this point. Bance has to make the commitment.
Yeah, he's on it. He's committed to it. Envoy was lying in the grass. There's 1. That's it. That's time. That's the round. It's 2-0 LA Thieves. Envoy was in the grass right next to Bance. He does not check the little semicircle made of stone, and that costs them the round. Match point, LA Thieves.
It's too tough of a spot. Like, there's a few moments you get on offense to actually capture the A zone, and almost exactly like how LA did it round 1. Like, as soon as you get the pressure, you can almost never really afford to let it up. The guy on the zone has to stay alive. The trades have to be on point. The funnel system has to be incredibly consistent to make sure you're there to watch the crosses, and not an easy thing to set up. And obviously for Minnesota, a lot of opportunities, couldn't quite get it done.
Here we go, last chance for Røkkr. It has been close in the hard point, not so close in the search, and now we need to see the reverse sweep. A nice start. Defense was fantastic. Start things up very sound for a long time. Thieves managed to steal it away in the end. Can they do it again? B, first segment done.
And you do have to worry about Bance for a decent bit of time. Worried about the spawn kills. Envoy is going to be stun checking everything. Looking for Bance as best as he can, but Bance finds the extra kill. Does get traded out, but you still have Røkkr. They got the map pressure they want. They got Fame playing sort of that anchor position on the left side of the minimap by the bus. It will be consistently spawning back by Globe, and Røkkr's a little bit of a funnel system, but obviously you didn't defend the B zone, and now you got Envoy maybe back in his home on the A zone, so Røkkr had to give up the back bus and swarm towards that.
Good work out of Bance there. Cammy as well. They clean up a couple. Octane, though, still on a 5 spree. 15 and 6 for LaRue. Fantastic work from him. 2 minutes now to go. 24 lives to go for the LA Thieves here on the attack. And it's a close defense right now from Røkkr. Chance, they're not too far from the A zone. Every kill is going to count at this point in time. Octane caught unaware. Lovely work there. Out of fame. He's still got that top glass position. How long can he hold it?
And this is Envoy. I think he hears Afro back behind him. Hears both players, actually. So ready for the child on number 2 and wins it as well. Envoy, the awareness on point. And, well, that's 3 in the feed. That's Octane calling him out. They're all snow side of the map. Going to be exposed as well, so that might get the kill. Yep, Cammy's going to fall. Kenny for the follow-up. You have Kenny in your base with dead silence making plays. You have LA picking them apart. Every kill in the feed. LA almost assuredly going to get this done.
Oh, God. Drazah, what a snap. This is a big stack. It's 3 players. It's the end of the series right here, unless Afro finds 2. The capture's not done yet, though. Who's at number 4? Good to go. Bance gets his 1. Damage dealt. It is safe for now, but so close. 120 on the clock. It's not over yet.
Just barely. It's a nail biter, too, because you don't get that back spawn pressure. So I'd say for Minnesota, corner up and just pray. They're going to be a little bit tight around Restaurant. 3 bodies near it. You got Afro worried about the flank, but Kenny finds the intro kill, and Octane's making moves. There the trades coming through. Kenny looking to kill them all. Him and Envoy just take care of 3. Bance, last man standing, gone. And now it's Octane, the last one on point. He's got the help he needs, and that is it. LA Thieves remain perfect against Minnesota Røkkr.
Røkkr have been crushed under the weight of the LA Thieves. What a brilliant control from them. 3-0 in the map, 3-0 in the series, and Kenny is convulsing with joy. GG's though. LA Thieves looking particularly strong. Incredible resolve in the Al-Bagra. What a nail biter that was, and then a choke slam in both the search and destroy and in the control. Massive work for the LA Thieves. They are looking brilliant going into this major. For Røkkr, a lot of soul searching is going to be needed, and the greatest of all regains once they hit Columbus.
And I mean, the regain might even have to be put on hold for a little bit, because the next series could decide the fate of seeding as well. If you end up the 8th seed in this bracket right now, you play OpTic first round, who have been the perfect 5-0, dominating everybody. You end up in the 7th seed, you play against Vegas, which, I mean, technically better, but also they've been 4-1, but you have to sort of sit in a nail-biting fashion waiting to see this next series for Boston, New York to decide the seeding for the bracket. But Minnesota, these past 2 stages, they've almost been tragic on the like literal online portions, like 0-8 or something like that. Their only 2 series wins came from their own home series they ran on land, and I mean, they took down a couple teams towards the bottom, but outside of that, they have not had success.
It has not been tremendously successful. We'll see if they can turn things around coming into Major 4. But for now, that is it for Chance and I. Back to you, Des. Damn, what an absolute ding.
Kenny had fun today. I had fun watching Kenny. How about you guys? Let's talk a little bit about this, because, yes, Røkkr, you started off strong, but you had your fans watching you, and you were playing the lower seeds. Today, you played the big boys, and once again, the big boys are pushing everyone else down to another tier.
Who was it? 9-0 map count like these have on them. Yep, now it's 12-0. I mean, that was just a terrible matchup for Minnesota Røkkr now to round out the finally ending of the stage number 3. And like the caster said, I mean, it was a great close map number 1, but they allow Octane to 3-piece them in the hill when he was having a slow start anyway. And then you move into the S&D. LA Thieves, not typically a strong S&D team. I mean, smoked 6-1.
Yeah, they got fried. I mean, let's be honest, this is the worst matchup for Minnesota Røkkr. If we had a major in Madison, Wisconsin, they might have a chance. But outside of that city, they have been buns. But let's talk about the LA Thieves and how good that they've looked. Kenny today, we were talking about Octane and I don't know how good they've been. Kenny was on point. Yeah. Like we said, if the individuals put it together at the same time, they're going to win a championship. That's how good this team can be. And then the highlights that we're seeing on Expo, I mean, this would be a nightmare to play against this team on this map.
Do they have the best ARs in the game right now? Because I'm looking at Octane on this map in particular, and I was like, I don't want to face him.
I don't either.
Possibly, right? Like, Octane's insane.
We saw Envoy busting out attack when needed as well. Everyone on Thieves looking very comfortable. You can see confusion, befuddled is the Røkkr squad. They thought fame was going to be the solution. Well, it seems attached, not the problem. It's something deeper going on in Minnesota.
It's something deeper indeed. I've talked about this before with the Minnesota Røkkr team. This roster was built to be dominant at Search and Destroy. They have not been dominant there. In fact, they are the worst S&D team that we have in the league. So they need to figure it out. They might need another change. Strategically, it's not working.
Young Ken joins us live to talk about the win, and now we can officially announce that LA Thieves with a 3-0 have taken the number 2 seed away from Seattle Surge, currently in 3rd. Kenny, how we feel? Top 2 seed going into the major. No one can pass you now.
Yeah, feeling great. Feel like this is like one of the I feel like we've been getting really better at playing online, and I feel like this stage kind of showed it. So this might be one of the first times we finished 4-1 to qualify online, and I think that's a pretty good showing out of us. And I mean, overall, like we've been playing some really good game, or really good COD, and I'm excited for the major.
Kenny, today I felt like we were gassing Octane and Envoy throughout the stage. You were like, you know what? Like, I'm still here. I mean, you were absolutely him during this series. Granted, Minnesota Røkkr, you now have a 12-0 count against them. I do want to ask, though, you know, there is some little struggles here and there. Search and Destroy, you went at 6-1 today. But when you went up against OpTic Texas, it was 1-6, and then LAG, it was 6-4. So some inconsistencies there. Where have you found you guys have been struggling, and what are your focus to kind of tighten that up as you head into the major?
I think it's just getting comfortable with the maps. I feel like we have some like game plans on, I guess, aBeZy. We're really good at that map, as it shows, but I feel like other maps we got to figure out mid-round adjustments and what to do in situations, and I feel like that's something we've been working on in scrims. It's just not executing it in matches. And then I feel like a lot of teams play so differently that it's like in matches it's a completely different game, S&D wise at least, and we just got to find a way to adapt. And I feel like, once again, something we've been working on, and we don't have a problem with getting first bloods. It's also just a clutch of scenarios, and like I said, just winning mid rounds. So that's just one thing we're working on, and I think we've been getting a little decently better at it. But to win, I think we got to get on top of it.
You look clean today.
Kenny, you guys have basically rolled everyone you've played outside of OpTic Texas. I know a lot of fans are going to have you guys and OpTic Texas as the favorites to win this event, maybe with some Seattle sprinkled in there as well. In your mind, what does that match come down to? Obviously, you fall short in the online qualifying match, but you learn from it. What would you change going up into this next series against them? What does it come down to?
I think our match versus OpTic was kind of just like us. Them putting us in awkward spots and respawns, and us not adapting well, like people getting lost and like making plays. So I feel like against OpTic, it's one of those things where like you can't let them get hot. And I feel like they're probably the best team right now, other than ourselves. And I feel like we've been trying to get to that point where we can shut them down. But overall, it's gonna be a hard fight versus them, and I can't wait to play them online if we get the opportunity to.
Kenny, final question for you before you come out to Columbus. Who else joins you on the podium at the end of Major 4? There's got to be 3 teams on that podium.
I think us, OpTic. I think Toronto's gonna make a bounce back. I think Toronto's a pretty good team, and they might spark some noise on land for sure.
I appreciate the predictions, man. Thank you so much. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thank you.
That's Kenny. LA Thieves lock up the number 2 spot. Let's take a look at our standings where we're at, because we still have one more match to go. Subliners, Breach, they could rock things up, but for now, Thieves currently in 2nd place. No one can pass them.
Yeah, Breach is in a weird situation. I think if they lose this series, they drop down to that A seed, and you're talking about playing OpTic Texas round number 1. And then if you lose that one, you're going up against the Toronto Ultra elimination round 1. So this is a huge series for the Boston Breach team.
Excellent stuff from the Thieves. Remember, you can get your Thieves players and more. It's all part of the Upper Deck trading cards. The 2021 Call of Duty League currently available. Get your e-pack now. Simply scan that QR code on your screen. And of course, Flow State is out. Get in the groove with the Flow State bundle, complete with 2 weapon blueprints and accessories. Do it now. I dare you. If you haven't played enough ranked, well, now's the time to get even more games in. We've got World Series of Warzone also going on. Signups, eligibility, and more information all available at worldseriesofwarzone.com. Scan that QR code, sign up today, and represent NA. When we come back, we got the final battle of the Major IV Qualifier. Will the Subliners climb into the top 3, or is it going to be the Breach moving higher in our ranks? Boston versus New York when we come back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back in for the final match of our Major IV Qualifiers. Next week is the Columbus Major. This match decides who's going to be playing OpTic in the first round, potentially for Boston Breach. On the other side, where is Subliners going to land? Let's start with New York, because this is a team that's had their ups, their downs. They've had some tight matches and some blowouts. Where do you rate the team today, Allie?
To be honest, I think New York in this split has really underwhelmed me with their performance. They have that 3-1 win over London, but they have a 1-3 loss to Texas, and their other 2 wins are against the Minnesota Røkkr, which we just saw get 3-0 smoked by the LA Thieves, and the Atlanta FaZe in a Game 5 fashion, who we have also seen struggle majority of this stage. So I think New York Subliners has left a lot of room of want when it comes to this team that was dominant at one point when it came to respawns, with the likes of HyDra and KiSMET being a dominant sub-duo. I think some of them have lost their way, so I'm hoping in this match they show us something special.
Yeah, I think, they're not as dominant as they were at Rally, but they've been pretty solid. They've improved from at least the last split. They were not great then. Right now, in the hard point, that's the biggest thing we were looking New York to get back to, and they've been figuring it out. Versus London, they look great in that game mode, and they do have some notable wins, like the Atlanta FaZe win. That's a big win. Yeah. And they only have 1 loss. It's to OpTic Texas, right? So everybody's been losing them. So for New York, they've done what they've needed to do, and HyDra has been an absolute star throughout this stage. I think they're in a pretty good spot, still figuring out some things.
Everybody loves watching the young Frenchman. The SMG has been flying through the competition, and honestly, it's not just his ability to slay. It's the clutch kills that this guy brings to the team.
He has a lot of awareness on the map as well. Like, he's not just running and gunning. Like, some of the plays that HyDra makes are incredibly heads up, and they're going to need him in this series, because last time these 2 teams went up, it's been a hot minute, but New York won 3-2 in a Game 5 fashion. HyDra had to drop a 1.3 overall, the highest KD in the series.
Yeah. Highest KD in the series. Is he your guy today if New York wins?
Absolutely. He's also #1 overall in the league for first bloods right now this stage, so he's been frying.
Yeah, he's going to give you that first blood in Search in games 2 and 5 if it gets there. Boston is hoping to get it done faster, though, because you want to avoid a 3-2 win. If you win 3-2, according to Puckett Math, you get 7th seed. But if you get a 3-0 or a 3-1, you're potentially playing someone like Vegas Legion in the opening round instead of OpTic or LA Thieves. Yep. Tell me about the Breach, though. What's been going on with this squad, and what's this new guy Kremp bringing to the team?
Their new look has kind of been being a search and destroy team this split, which is something I didn't really think I would say when it comes to the Boston Breach. I think they're still kind of feeling out their identity. They're one of the youngest teams in the league right now, especially now with that addition of Kremp as well. And I think the biggest kind of we've seen what Nero can do when he's on it. So he needs to be hot since the beginning of this series.
He's been that X factor in the past. Let's get the official predictions as we have maps and modes ready. 3 nights in the hotel, Embassy, and El Asilo. It's going to be an AR's dream for a final search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a square up. Both these teams like the same maps when you think about the hard points and the S&Ds. The one thing I'm a little baffled by is Boston. Like, they must really hate Expo to ban it in this series going up against this squad because they could have got a CeeLo, right? They could have.
Yeah, they could have gotten a CeeLo, but I will say I don't hate the 3-night stay at hotel. I think the biggest situation for Boston right now is locking up those search and destroys.
Do they win, Boston?
This is a tough one. If it's going to go anywhere, I think it's going to be Game 5, but I think it's New York.
I'm going New York.
Boston wins it in 3. Let's get it done. A clean sweep on the day. Your casters to close out the final qualifier battle. It's Bryce. It's done. Gentlemen, show's yours.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yes, we get to go one more time into the qualifiers before the major. And New York versus Boston, a little bit of a rivalry, but will it match up in the actual game, Tom?
It should be a close one. It's a really hard one to call, saving the best for last in terms of how close the games have been, because let's face it, the first 2 not that close. This one should be interesting though. Boston Breach and New York Subliners, topsy-turvy seasons across the board, but it's really hard to judge this Boston side with only playing a couple of games. So Kremp, obviously, seeing him on this roster though, there are some good signs, to say the least. This first map though is an interesting one, especially for the side of New York. They started with hotel hard points so well at the beginning of the season, now 2-5 in their last 7. Need to improve on this map specifically, but Boston's struggles in this stage on hard point have been very obvious as well. So bit of a mid-off in this one, but excited to get into it nonetheless. Pricey.
No, I completely agree. We've been talking about these 2 teams for a little while, actually, about how they kind of position themselves going into the major. For a lot of people, the top teams probably Thieves, Surge, and of course OpTic. Far and ahead, looking like the titans to defeat. The New York and Boston enter into that conversation. Will they be able to find maybe something in this game to show us just how they will compete at major number 4?
scrapping over P1, but it's looking like Boston do, for the moment, have the rotation over towards P2, and that's something they have really struggled with Kremp. Not struggling with the gunny. 2 kills falling his way, but back to my point, Boston Breach 12th on rotational percentage. They are the worst team in the game at managing to lock down some of these spawns, but it's looking good here for P2. Soaking up some decent time at P1. Nice setup, nice start for Boston Breach.
Right now, Boston do have full control. Here come New York already. HyDra's managed to get a kill. So the lanes aren't really pushed out. They don't have everything they would want to. That last spawn should come in towards the back, and it does. And now New York trying to find a way through. Kremp unsure which way he wants to look here. He's got teammates with him as well, though. And New York for the execute, but they only really find one, and Kremp almost lets it go, but finds a 2-piece at the end. That's a 4 streak.
4 spree for him, and honestly, Boston were lucky to not get broken there. A lot of them concentrating towards the back, seemingly thinking that New York Subliners is just going to push through the broken window, but a couple of players pushing over towards the mid don't find anything. It looked like 3 kills for Subliners in the minimap, but they don't get away with it. Here, Owakening staying alive towards the back, spawns towards the back still here for Boston Breach. New York Subliners will not find a break. Pretty much a full 60. The side of Boston Breach, if they keep a hold of this scrap, fight for the rotation is ongoing.
And while they've got the scrap time, to Boston find anything here at the moment? No. Beans is in, but Beans is stunned and Beans is down. For New York, it's an opportunity. It's the points they're going to want. It will take them into the lead if they can hold it. Boston spawn out miles. So it's going to be uncontested for at least a second ton.
Yeah, good scrap from New York Subliners to just try and deter Boston Breach over towards P2, but it's given Boston now time to set up for a potential break here. 45 seconds. 3 time going over towards Subliners. Priestahh lingering. Oh, can't find the fight. Gets some bad timing. That's 3 kills in. Subliners struggling at the moment. Rotation initially there for Boston Breach at P2. Break. Far too easy for Boston at P3. Good kills from Skyz though. Potential re-break coming up.
So look for it in the last few seconds and looking for Awakening,
Nice.
but a big wake is better. And HyDra will fly in, but down it falls to Beans, and it will be KiSMET with the final 2. It is everybody going through, and KiSMET again in the kitchen finds 3.
Oh my God!
Absolute snap, bang, crackle, and pop. KiSMET is dangerous in here, and it will be New York on the rotation as well.
Oh, how often do we see KiSMET pulling up big plays inside of the kitchen? That might only be for 15 seconds, but a highlight play of the day from Kiz. HyDra now setting up over towards the next hill. This one has just stepped up another level. Boston Breach managed to get this rotation. The pace that's been set by both these two teams is astronomical at this stage. Flying at each other. Kremp on a spree again. Eventually will fall on down. Boston Breach with a little bit of control here and still with the lead. Rotations have belonged to them. A couple of breaks here and there. Outside of KiSMET finding that 4-piece. New York Subliners have had nothing to write home about.
They haven't. They're just going to be fully over, but say that, they get the kill feed completely. Only Kremp fighting back, but he finds a 2-piece. Leaves hope alive for Boston, but HyDra versus Nero. Long-range Vaz. It's not a fun fight for either player, but it will be New York who walk away with it.
Yeah, co-spawns come through, they push through, and it's kind of free at that stage. You get yourself into that position, you might as well get a hold of the scrap time, because this rotation is not very long. Boston have been set up for it, though, for quite some time. Straight over towards the restaurant side, and well, KiSMET can deal with one, but Boston looking like they're going to have this rotation locked in. Clearly been working on stuff. Rotations have not been good for them. Get a nice spawn towards the back as well. There's the pinch. Nice and free for Awakening. Good hold from Boston so far. Subliners quite far away from breaking this one, Bryce.
And again, it's over and over again. It's the same story. New York would probably be some way in the lead if they managed to just get a rotation under their belt, but it is not to be. Only breaking is saving them so far, but Awakening on a 4 streak is now holding them off. New York have not spread this at all. They're going to have to hit it 3 on one side.
Nero inside the point. The shots coming in. Boston Breach seem to be running away with this one. Still locking down the restaurant. The comms are surely flowing. Let's go for listening with Boston Breach.
What's your thing? Red laying down. Red dead. Dead. Nice. He's fucking next to Go. Here, guys.
Yeah, leave him. He's still back wall. Yeah, still there back wall. I spawned out. There's one get. I'm through my ship. I got time, one court. Grab time. Grab time on it. Back court. On the cylinders. Okay. Cylinders. Deep left, both there, guys. One's going by time. I have an deep left. Yep. I have a gun up. Deep back there. Yeah, got me. Back kitchen, back time.
In the corner.
Okay. Yo, listen, buy time now. Why we pinch right? I saw me, yeah, play through mid.
Yeah, one spot.
Yo, what's up? Back right, plant box. What's the kitchen? The box is time. Plant box. Dead.
Top bed.
I saw him middle.
He's bed corner. Bed corner time. Let's see, D-box. Top right.
Yo, back kitchen either.
Okay. That's one.
You wonder why the Subliners are struggling right now. It's a 60-point lead for the Boston Breach. A nice break comes through for Subliners off the back of a force pre from HyDra, who's initially sitting at 4-14. Starts to heat up. New York Subliners closing the gap just a little bit. Good shot from Beans to finally break this spree. Subliners have kept it within touching distance, but much better from Boston on those rotations over the first set of hills here, Bryce.
It's certainly something New York will have to adjust to. We'll see if they can do it right now. Both teams just posturing, trying to figure out if they can get some points onto this one, but 3 down for New York. Is it time for Boston for a little bit of soaking? They're also spreading out. They're making sure they don't lose spawns.
Yeah, New York seems to be a little bit despondent here. Slow to the punch where Boston seem to be moving fast. The engagements have been high from both these two teams, but HyDra and Priestahh eventually kicking themselves into gear here. Owakening trying to lock this down. Surely not. HyDra eventually does deal with him. So rotational fight going to go on in a second. Boston Breach spawn out over towards the restaurant side. New York Subliners will get a read on this in just a second. Doesn't seem to matter when Kremp snapping as he is. But towards the back is HyDra. Could be influential for the Subliners here if he stays alive.
He said he wasn't having a good time. He's on a 4 streak now, and we said New York need to adjust. They're into P2. They have the rotation. They're now holding them off. HyDra towards the back is dancing around with him, but his teammates need to stay alive and reinforce. HyDra with his 5th. Still moving. Priestahh will find another one. Boston will get 2 off of Beans. Is it enough for them? KiSMET's going to be here. Skyz backed it up. And New York, the trades are there for them. They are getting these points back and are looking like a lead change.
Shots from KiSMET. Sublime. Not enough to finish up Kremp, though. And eventually, this is looking like a break coming in for Boston Breach. HyDra's the only one who can answer, who has inevitably stepped it up. He was sitting at 4-14, now 14-17. He's having a better game. Scrappy P2 that Boston Breach have managed to find a break on, but New York Subliners yet to give it up. Looking like rotation's going to come in for Boston. Spawns towards the back for them as well, though. This fight with Priestahh and Beans over towards the back is very important. Priestahh keeping the pressure on.
Oh, look at that. Everyone fighting for the back. Awakening's gone out there, but knows he's outnumbered.
So that's
actually has to completely back away, Ton.
It's a tough one. HyDra and Co. 3 inside of the kitchen. It took KiSMET to find 4 to break it open for them now. They're within touch and distance of the Boston Breach. Let's go for a listening for the New York Subliners.
You want Dex bricks and back useless.
Useless 10.
Push out bed. One of you.
Have you guys mid? I have storage.
Spawn mid. They're dubs right now.
Down and dubs.
Every dub.
The whole storage.
I have your mid right now.
Yeah, mid. I can help time if I need to. I'm talking down
Couch on
mid.
me. Storage on me. Couch is dead.
I have your mid push. You're good. I have your mid stuff.
I'm
helping time. Nice.
I'm going, bro. I'm going lobby.
Yo, push this shit. I'm gonna go mid too, actually. There's 20 engine. Maybe bed.
I have lobby right now.
One's bed spawn.
One, Nero.
One's bed spawn right now.
Nero, lobby, absolutely dead. Take lobby. Help me. Go to P4. Go to P4. Go. Help me.
Where's the lobby? I don't know. I heard him.
Go to lobby, bro.
T2 then.
Alright, so I'm trying to long, dead. Beam, flash guy long. Try to go. Alright, running bed.
Nice. Top bed.
Watch out. I can't peek. I need a trophy. They're spawning engine. You heard?
Top bed, guys.
I hear you.
They're spawning lobby right now.
Top bed's not peeking me.
Top bed dead. Yeah, P2 right now. P2 right now.
P2? Yeah, I can see P2.
Watch out lobby. Absolute lobby. Absolute. There's like so one shot. Yeah, you can take it, There's probably 2 lobby. I'm not even trolling.
Lobby dead.
And New York have dialed it to 11. HyDra's in force, and there's going to be a 6 to a cruise missile. He started off 4-14. He's now 20-17. A force to be reckoned with. The French phenom is fighting Boston back almost single-handedly at points.
Him and Skyz on this transition over towards the bar were absolutely sublime. HyDra cannot seemingly be stopped, but eventually does get taken down. Nero is the only one who can answer, but this might be it.
And there's just no way for Boston to get here in numbers. They are going to fall. A good start for Boston, but a better finish for New York. They turned up when they needed it. And that really is going to be the difference. First set of rotations, Boston was slaying. There was not the pressure there from New York. Second set of rotations, slaying, rotation, everything.
Everything fell their way. And really, just to highlight how bad HyDra was, I said 4-14. He ends up going positive over the game. A miraculous turnaround on his side of things. Dropping to 21 and 18. That is a substantial turnaround from HyDra. And I mean, look, it was kind of apparent the breaks weren't coming through. And the only decent break we've seen from Subliners in that first rotation was heading over towards Glass when HyDra started playing COD for the first time. Found 4 or 5 on that break there. And when KiSMET found those 4 kills over towards the kitchen side. In the end, it's just a much better second rotation of hills. That was Subliners. They got a hold of P2, P3. They just chained those 2 hills together. And all of a sudden, it's a bit of a hard ask for Boston Breach to bring it back at that stage. I think they may have actually even went 2, 3, and 4 all the way through. And that was pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered from that stage. KiSMET having a hell of a time over towards the kitchen side. I mean, Priestahh's just big chilling as KiSMET kills all 4. Not sure if that's the highlight we wanted. Magic out of Kiz, though, in that moment. And just for Subliners, considering that Boston Breach over that first rotation of hills seemed to be the ones on rotation every single time, seemed to be locking the hill down. For Subliners to keep it so close, then spurred them on in that second rotation where they just did not look back as soon as they took that lead. Boston Breach really push on in that second string of hills there, Bryce.
Yeah, 100%. And even then, when we get in the kitchen to go for it, you can see the rotation technically was a little bit in favor of Boston, but they just couldn't find anything in the end. New York hit a different level, they hit a different gear, and now they move into the S&D with a big W in that scoreboard.
Yeah, and that's going to be a one that's going to sting Boston. 2 and 5 over the last 7 for New York on Hotel Hardpoint. Making that 3 and 5, bringing it back. And remember how good that team were on that map in particular at the beginning of the season, showing that kind of form once again on Hotel. Scary prospect. I mean, you can point towards it. Obviously, HyDra stepping it up in that second half really did make the world of difference. And we stay on Hotel for the next 2 maps, of course, in Search and Destroy and Control. Needs to be turned around here for Boston. We've seen some good things from them on this map, but it's pretty even in terms of the statistics, so it's a hard one to call. But New York be very happy to take away at the hard point there, especially considering their form recently.
Yeah, realistically, like I said, this is one of our benchmarking games. Coming into it, right? Boston haven't looked great this qualifier. They just haven't looked the Boston we were expecting them to be. A little bit of a dip in form, in my opinion. For New York, it's always felt like a battle back. They start off the season with a bang, and then 2 back-to-back majors have failed to produce. Going into major number 4, they want to change that reversal of fortune. The problem is there are other teams in ascendance right now that look very good. So for New York, you have to hit another level. You have to get back to the top here just to compete.
And I think on the other side of things as well for Boston, they're starting with this new roster. Is it, you know, Kremp coming in and caught us off guard massively. I mean, look, a lot of people had a lot of good things to say about Vivid. I was a big fan as well. Kremp coming in, though, it is a young team. I very much agree with Ali. This is a team who will develop over time. So I don't think they should be too concerned as of yet. Of course, not necessarily a brilliant stage from them, but I think there is still time. They're leading up to Toronto, leading up to champs. That's where they really have to be hitting their form, and there is time for this team to get better. There has been signs of that as well. But up against New York, you're going to have to get better pretty quickly here. Search and Destroy coming up. Let's see how Boston are going to be feeling heading back over to Control, but this time in Search and Destroy.
That's something we are certainly going to find out. The records here, I'm telling the biggest amount of stories. You can tell it's looking a little bit even, ton.
Yeah, I mean, if we look over to it specifically, New York have been playing it quite frequently as of recent. 4th time this stage, sending it 2-1. And one thing I do want to point out, though, both these two teams allowing a lot of plants to coming down and love to plant the bomb on the attack. So expect a lot of plants to go down. It's going to be about retakes. It's going to be about first bloods and using those numbers to your advantage in terms of those plants. But look at Boston Breach as a stack over towards A. New York Subliners played out lovely. Kitchen completely free. B plant could potentially be coming in very shortly.
Well, sometimes you hope for a counterplay. And New York obviously expects someone in B. That's the crazy thing. They have no idea nobody is here. It's just not a normal play. And they're even thinking about wrapping back, ton.
Skyz hasn't found any information, though, so New York Subliners quite unsure as to where Boston are. Just backing it on down, expecting the flank. But because Skyz has backed down from that position, you give up a lot of control, a lot of potential information that Subliners just do not have right now. Still searching for it, but with 35 seconds or so remaining on the clock, you need to find that information pretty quickly and do something with it.
Yeah, nobody knows anything. This is the crazy thing. Nero keeps jumping across, worries someone's going to chow. Kremp's going to see Priestahh for the first time. Oh, he's going to find him as well, and he will get the first blood off. It's a rotation back for New York as well. Been so little information for both teams on this map.
Look at KiSMET.
Could be a late flank as well, but time is against them. Awakening just has to make one pick.
Look at KiSMET. He popped the dead silence to find the reflank, but you're right. Awakening just needs to find those picks. There's one player left here. That bomb's going to go down. Beans left all on his own. Goes for the snipe. Misses it. Does bomb go down? Yes, it does.
However, Beans in a 1v1 has a sniper out. That player is below him. Beans with a pistol. Beans with a dead silence. A 1v2 clutching what has been a bit of a crazy round. KiSMET has not seen him either. It's going to be a ninja. KiSMET hasn't checked. KiSMET hasn't looked. KiSMET's being patient, but KiSMET's going to lose. It's a ninja defuse. What an anticlimactic end of the round. What was that?
Ben Beans from top bedroom. The sniper onto HyDra. It would have been nice if he could have picked him off and getting onto that bomb. But he will take that one nonetheless. Snipe onto HyDra, down low towards the desk side of things, and then, I mean, just kind of, it's not being lucky at any stage. Maybe you got a call out, maybe he heard him pushing towards bottom bedroom, says, well, let's just jump it. Pros don't fake it. I'm a big advocate of defusing early. Goes for it. No check coming in. New York Subliners find themselves down there in a strange round. A really strange round, considering how it ended and how it started. Both two teams finding very little information. Not the case here, though. A lot of stuns, a lot of nades going out. Beans has got a good idea that Subliners are around. But again, a very slow round. I said about these plants coming through, Bryce. It's been slow and steady at the moment.
Beans is going to get picked off by Skyz, and Kremp might be able to answer back here, but hasn't seen anybody, and it's just been the wrong direction every single time for him. Just not going to find him. Eventually finds Priestahh, brings it back to a 3 versus 3, and it has been found. One health of the dream.
Problem is here for Kremp as he goes for the challenge. I kind of want him to just survive there a little bit. Maybe thought he was a bit more surrounded than he necessarily was. For all that, Boston were making some noise over towards that B side, though. Bomb still over towards A. Subliners now transitioning, albeit possibly a little bit too late. This bomb should go down to V2.
No, staying alive, but it is a bit of a pinch here. This is a huge gunfight. It's down to a 1v1. HyDra versus Nero. Both crack subs, and HyDra finds him easily. Nero going for a little bit of a pirouette off the stairs.
And I mean, look, it's easy for us to say we know exactly where the New York Subliners players are, but Nero coming up for the check there, bedroom control. In my mind, HyDra is, if you're thinking of playing against a player like HyDra, he's either in top bedroom, looking to try and find the exit kills, or is he flanking? And he kind of just jumps out towards lights. I don't really know what Nero's searching for there. Kremp dying towards the back spawn over towards B, challenging when he's on 1 HP as well. Couple of little missteps.
Wow. Let's see, all tied up 1-1, and the best thing you can say about it is these rounds have been entertaining.
Oh, they have.
A little bit chaotic from both sides, but we'll see how it goes down here for New York. The split pick and patience didn't really work out for them in round 1, so aggression for round 2.
Big hit over towards it. 3 rounds out of 3. That bomb has been planted, albeit the last 2 very, very slowly. This one, very fast. HyDra. Speaking of fast, we'll find the kill over towards top bedroom. Now this is your worst nightmare if you're Boston Breach. Skyz will cover off reception. This is just such a hard push. Boston gonna have to pull out some unfavorable gunfights if they want to find this round.
This might all be on Kremp. I think Skyz heard him. Priestahh's gonna find him before he can do anything. And Beans, what's a chow reception? But that is not a gunfight you want. And HyDra, they've let him loose. Exactly what you want to see from him. And Skyz will tidy it up as well. I always think when I watch New York S&D, just thank God HyDra doesn't have a sniper. Not that he's unskilled with it, but he's just so much more talented every time without it.
It's nice to see him just skating around the map. One of the hardest kills in the game. No doubt about it. So difficult to get a read on as well. He finds that kill towards top bedroom, or over towards top glass, actually, if anything. Dips back into bedroom, and all of a sudden he's at couches covering the mid. Just so hard to get a read on. I was like, where's HyDra? Where's HyDra? Haven't a clue, mate. Don't know. 5-1 from HyDra. Hell of a step up after starting the first map, 4-14, 5-1. Now in the search and destroy.
HyDra again moving. This time Boston taking as much bedroom control as they can get. They will have it all. Skyz Smashing windows, every single one he can. It's going to be a hefty repair bill. But still, Boston playing this slow.
Plenty of control here. This is a good plant opportunity for Boston. Gonna go for it, but just a little bit too late. New York have been able to position themselves now to do something about this. Boston have went for the typical bedroom control. You got 2 players in there, but the bomb ain't down. 45 seconds. You just took far too long.
KiSMET, dead silence is popped. He's looking for bedroom. He knows players are here and finds one on the ladder. Dead silence reset. Still going, still hunting. But now in a better position, hiding in bedroom. Nero is here. Doing snapshots in the doorway and finds it. Down to a 2 versus 2.
Thing is, though, Subliners are in a good position to defend this bomb. They know where it is. HyDra will find one into Awakening. They knew Nero was in bedroom. Gotta go for the Chal. The round was probably done. New York Subliners. I don't want to say they've been offered anything from Boston, but Boston seems to just be playing a little bit slow, a little bit cautious. Sometimes it's best just to get the bomb down and see what happens. In that scenario, they took their time. They had the control that they wanted for some time as well. 2 players into towards bedroom, top of bottom, wasn't too sure, but either way, HyDra's feeling himself right now. 8-1.
Yeah, it's not something you want to see. A happy HyDra is a sad other team. And for Boston, their only round win so far has come from a ninja defuse in a 1v1. Let's see if Boston can adjust, if they can find something better. HyDra on his streak is moving fast. And it means Kremp is about to come up against this monster.
Boston really need to step this up here. Hotel control coming up next. New York sitting at 10-5 overall on the season. It's not a typical one for Boston Breach that they do play either. Search and Destroy really does need to go their way. Can Kremp start something for them now? We'll defend this. Subliners will just back down. Wow. You just disappeared, Brycey.
Yeah, pretty much. And Boston still trying to figure out what's going on, but HyDra will find Kremp. Awakening gets a trade coming through. Down to a 3 versus 3. New York have switched the battlefield, though. And it'll be Beans who could be the difference here again. Sniper in hand. KiSMET may have seen him as well. Trying to get out of there with his life. Beans does stay.
Nero is going to check it in time. Nobody will find KiSMET. Skyz takes down the big scope of Ben Beans, and it's now 2 versus 2. Subliner set up towards the back. Awakening is going to be the catalyst for a round win here.
Has to get in position in time. Clock is ticking. You can already see Awakening and Nero trying to reposition for the best position possible. But Priestahh takes down 1. It's a snaking game. Awakening will have to look towards them. But he doesn't want to. He finds the first. Where is Skyz? He's seen him. He's seen him. He's seen him. He's seen him. He's going to try and get away. No wall bang for him. And Skyz will recheck in just a few seconds. Awakening will be defeated by the clock. And the perfect reach out from Skyz gets the kill as well. And it's just going to be upset there for Awakening. He saw him, but hit nothing but heals.
Skyz has been investing in his 100-meter dash, if you like. Just running away as quickly as he can. Just playing the time in that scenario. Risky. Could have held it. Knew where Awakening it was, but hey, I wouldn't want to challenge that gunfight either. Gets himself away. Just secures it. Just, by the way. Very, very low on health. 4-1 to the Subliners now, and I think you're right. You know, you look at the round they have won. An unfavorable one, to say the least. That's going to help, though.
Good nade, actually, from Boston. They got Skyz on the back foot. Boston being aggressive. Priestahh has to back down as well. That ball will go down early here for Boston. It's a much better round prospect for them already.
Well, KiSMET is already behind them.
Yeah, except for that.
Potential setup here. Bean's going to be watching over towards the reception side. He's going to be sniffed out as well. Priestahh, KiSMET combining well. 3v2.
Looking for it straight away. KiSMET is going to jump on it. Nero's going to be back at it, and there is one bottom light as well.
This might be done.
But it's going to be a ninja defuse in the face. It's going to be a ninja defuse in the face. Nero finds it eventually, though. Still we outnumbered. 1 versus 2. Priestahh trying to stretch it so he can do it in cover. Nero going to go for the wall bang again. Wall bang on both sides. Doors, bullets, everything is being diffused. And Skyz will eventually find Nero. What a horrible gunfight.
So tough for Nero. Goes to recheck from the same spot. It's a 50-50. They could be watching angles up towards bedroom. There's so many different ways that you could have went from, but because he could have started spraying, that doesn't have any information on the bomb whatsoever because the doors are completely closed. gets one off it. Boston Breach flailing here. New York just seems so solid. I mean, it's kind of the same story as what we've seen in the previous game. The vibes looking very different at the bottom of the screen to what they are on the top of your screen. Boston just not able to lock in. And what New York are doing. HyDra actually got team killed in that round and New York still win.
Well, for Boston, it has been a horrible time here. Certainly won't want to come back to this map anytime soon. Nothing they're doing is going right, but Nero will find first blood this time. Is there a hope? Is there a way back here for Boston?
New York Subliners, plenty of restaurant control. They're moving very, very quickly. Nero could do with getting in the kitchen before they find this break. He isn't able to, so kitchen control very much on the side of New York Subliners. That bomb should go down and will.
And now here's the retake. Keep an eye, because Skyz actually might be in a good position. Unfortunately, his teammates are already falling. He's trying to have a gunfight himself. Priestahh jumps out the door. They are heavily outnumbered here. But Skyz will find the first. Looks for the second as well as Boston start to collapse. Kremp will find Priestahh. Skyz in a 1 versus 2.
23 seconds, just playing this one patiently. That bomb diffuser is going to come in. On Overwatch is Awakening. Kremp is there as well. Expecting the child to come in through pantry, and they guess correctly. Boston Breach a much needed round. Subliners made it interesting, but it's so difficult. You could see Priestahh's trying to child out with small door there because he's like, okay, we're in a 2v4. I need to maybe just try and find a play, make a play, find a pick. Couldn't find anything. Skyz does his best, but push is always going to come one way. If he comes through the double doors, Awakening is going to see it. Kremp is going to be in cover and easily able to trade if Awakening falls. Good retake from Boston. Now all of a sudden, is this maybe a game on our hands? Still quite a few rounds in a row that they're going to need here, Bryce.
These rounds have not been easy that they have got either. That round could have been a disaster. And the other round they got was, of course, the Ninja Defuse. Boston need an adjustment completely, but HyDra's already looking to make a move up way towards the map, and it's kills everywhere. And oh my goodness! One of the fastest rounds we've seen. Too fast to keep up with the action. I think it was a final two-piece by Kremp, but everybody hit at the same time.
Yep. Pops him up top. Snaps on the KiSMET. This kid has got the gunny though, hasn't he? Every single time we're on board with him, the snapper with the Vaznev. Wow, okay, so there you go. Yeah. Production informants for the first bullet that was shot in the round to the very last bullet in the round took 4.2 seconds. Absurd.
Maybe a record in terms of round speed, but we'll see if it continues. A little bit of adjustment there for Boston. Work down on the gunfights. 2 rounds on the bounce for them. For New York, this would be a horrible defeat. Harrowing in the memory, but here it comes. Skyz cruise missile in for information.
Yeah, information and just site control. This may well have forced them over towards the A side. Going to send it towards the back of B. No, there's nobody there. Subliners now converge over towards A. Can't find the fight though. HyDra turns away for just a second. Nero will find him. Beans finds Skyz as well. Boston Breach staring down the barrel of a 3rd round in a row here. Subliners use your cruise missile. Lose the round inevitably. KiSMET now in the 1v4.
Well, that dog in him is going to have to be Cerberus. There's no other way to get this. He is so outnumbered. Does not have the bomb. There's pick and move in clutch situations, but Beans is shouldering. There are players all around him as well. And as soon as he makes a move, too many gunfights.
He does absurdly well to find one, to be honest with you. Jumps around the corner, finds one, but it's just a really good start from Boston in that scenario. The cruise missile comes in, and Boston are not really in a position where I want to say New York can do a lot with the reposition that they're going to have to go into. So the cruise missile comes in, Boston are going to have to move into some sort of cover. But New York, in that scenario, is it not just better to kind of go for that A plant there? You force the players away, or if there's any players have pushed towards that A site, it'll force them either into you or back. They don't really get a lot of information with it. Boston just hold tight and hold their angles. 5-4. Getting a little bit scary for New York now.
Boston. Again, it's a big hit towards the mid here. The trades are going down once again. Nero will find 2. New York on the back foot. Priestahh will get 1 back for them as well. It's a 2 versus 2. The round doesn't end in 4.2 seconds. It continues.
Same theory, though. Both teams just heading towards the middle of the map and scrapping it out. It's worked in our favor every single time, but Awakening, Dead Silence popped and making a move. Pushing over towards B. Boston have a couple of options and plenty of time, Bryce. 50 seconds to go, and this 2v2 dead silence spot from the other side of things as well. The snap from Priestahh, though, might well do it. Awakening now in a 1v2.
And how does that happen? Took 3 bullets and then just died. Awakening looking for Priestahh, though. Gets it back to a 1v1. Hope alive. Skyz versus Awakening. Once teammates, now bitter enemies for this round.
Did Skyz see him on the cross there before when he jumped over? Whatever happens, Skyz looks like he's read this correctly. Time is not on Awakening's side. If Skyz can get the check on this bomb, then maybe something could be done about it, but looks like it's going to go down. But is he going to get away? The answer is no. The bomb doesn't go down. And Subliners, it got a little bit scary for them there, but they close out the search and destroy in a commanding position in this series. It's a big game from New York. Got to be feeling good heading into the control. Boston, the comeback. Too little, too late.
Well, we have a potential game on our hands still because there is a few more rounds to go, and it has been close between these two teams. Ton, I don't know how you're feeling. For me, Boston showed a few signs of life, but it is New York all the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, New York were dominant throughout. You talk about the round that Boston won out of the first 6. It was only due to some good play from Beans, good heads-up play with the defuse. The scope is effective for Boston, I want to say. You know, I mean, Beans may well only have 4 kills, but a lot of them were coming in important times, so keeping people off that bomb, but just couldn't really play around it as well as they would have liked to. Subliners pretty much in commanding position all the way through. And the comeback from Boston, this is all kind of hedged your bets on HyDra and how he's been playing the game. Started it off, I want to say he was 8 or 9-1 at one stage. Gets team killed by Priestahh, doesn't really find much else for the rest of the game. Subliners scrape over the line, but we're comfortable throughout. And control coming up as well. We're staying on Hotel, of course. Boston with a negative record. New York 10-5. Very much a surprise to see the fact that this slips through. Boston letting it happen. Staring down the barrel of the 3-0. Can the reverse sweep start with Hotel control? I'm not too sure, Brycey. I think it's a tall order for Boston at this stage.
It is genuinely a tall order. The odds are against them. And they've had some good starts and maybe a bit of a better finish on that S&D, but they were always the underdog coming into this game realistically. And for Boston, they would have to have an incredible pep talk ton in between game 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them, but this is their pick technically. They choose to get rid of Expo so that Hotel comes through. They could have went with a completely different angle with it. Choose to stay with the Hotel control. So is there something up their sleeve potentially on this one? It's a bit of a strange pick. Maybe they got something for us.
Maybe they do, but we have something for you. Here is, of course, Spylight. It's time to guess that pro and try to figure out who it is via the clues we give you. So, won his first ever grand final in 2018, won back-to-back CWL events in 2019, and has not missed any qualifier matches since they were introduced in Cold War. Not the easiest ones for that one, but that is our Spylights presented by Citadel on Prime Video. Come back after the break to find out who this is. We'll see you right after this.
Can I trust you?
Of course. Can I trust you?
Always.
Eight years ago, you two were Citadel's top spies, but we were double-crossed by one of our own, and your memories were erased. I brought you here because I need your help.
I coached Little League.
There's my guy. Right now, every agent around the world is looking for you two.
Nadia.
Perdone, I think you have the wrong person.
Should have stayed dead.
You're gonna wish I was dead.
You remember?
I remember everything.
It was Mason Kane.
Mason Kane is dead.
Whoever betrayed us is readying for something cataclysmic.
Are we together?
Don't flatter yourself.
Never?
I'm exceptionally skilled at getting Citadel agents to turn.
You did this.
Mason can never find out.
You told me to trust you.
Why would you trust me? I'm exceedingly untrustworthy. I'm a spy.
We were set up.
There was no one else. It's just you and me.
Everything you know is a lie.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is Spotlights presented by Citadel. Who is that pro? Won his first ever grand final in 2018, won back-to-back CWL events in 2019, and has not missed any qualifier matches since they were introduced in Cold War. Khan, who do we think?
No, I haven't got a clue, mate. Don't know. Genuinely don't know.
All right, it's time to reveal that pro.
Oh, there we go.
It's Priestahh.
See,
there we go.
I thought that was probably one of the more difficult ones. It wasn't easy. I usually just look at the silhouette and see if I can figure it out by that one, to be honest with you. And it didn't work.
That was definitely one of the more difficult ones we've had, but that was Spotlights presented by Citadel on Prime Video. And now we get back to our game. Boston Breach versus the New York Subliners. It's been all good for New York so far. 2-0 up in the series ton, and Controller's next.
It is, and I'm very surprised we're on Hotel. I was as surprised as the desk. Looking towards the statistics, Boston typically do like El Asilo, New York hate it, so New York always going to ban it. And then you have Expo on the line, potentially. Boston 1-0. Seemingly had an okay time, 3-1 against Vegas. With that win, choose to get rid of it. So then we go on to New York's favorite map in the 10-5. I mean, Boston have vetoed this 70% of the time that they get a chance to get rid of a control. It has been Hotel. But yeah, they're playing one of the best Hotel teams. I don't know what to tell you. To be honest with you, New York are going to be feeling good about this, but if Boston gets something up their sleeve, that's what I wonder.
Well, you'd hope so. And one of the reasons we've got to this one, but let's see if they can do anything here. Kremp waiting bang out the door. HyDra's going to be sitting on the other side of it, but Kremp figures it out. And now Boston have a commanding chance to get in here.
Get themselves some control. New York Subliners going to go for the mid-map push. Shouldn't be many trophies about, they will know it. Here come the nades. Skyz will find one. KiSMET taking down Awakening, and it's a swift retake by the looks of things, but it looks like maybe a tick is going to come in for Boston Breach. They can take away that small win, but New York Subliners will clean them off the map. pushing up towards glass now as well. It should funnel Boston Breach over towards A, where Priestahh is pretty much alive and kicking and waiting for the Boston Breach to come over, but B still seemingly a threat. New York Subliners gonna have to answer this. Wow.
Oh my goodness, Kremp doesn't even react in time, and KiSMET just waits for him as they fall once again here. For Boston, they may have a tick on the board, but time is ticking. Beans again, they're going for B. They are not stopping this pressure.
Usually teams will give up the ghost and just head over towards A, but Boston yet to even consider it. Awakening following through, and KiSMET will now be here to just try and slow things down. They're going to have any indication as to where KiSMET is. Sitting over towards bottom bed. Here comes the push now. Needs some help from the rest of his team as the push from Boston is looking good, but KiSMET just cleaned up everybody. Skyz is there to help, and Boston continuously pushing towards B. Only have 10 seconds to extend this run.
They've got one onto it though, and they're here, but Skyz is alive as well. Eventually, Boston, a bit of a breather. That second tick is coming through. Kremp finds one as well. And New York give it one last chance with that fall. I don't think they'll be able to. It is in, and we are over to A with just a bit of time to spare.
And look at Awakening already here to try and slow down the retake that's going to come through from Subliners. Subliners committed a locked over towards B, haven't quite lost control of A yet. Honestly, a bit of a misstep from Subliners, to be honest. Boston just kept up the pace, and I wonder if that's maybe kept New York on their toes just a little bit, thinking, okay, well, surely they're going to go into A at one stage. They don't. Nero code, no. Now, try and get in some control over towards the kitchen side. They're in the point as well. This is looking like such a poor start to the round for Boston, but they've been lights out since they got a hold of B.
Well, maybe one of those reasons has been 7-2. They've stepped it up and slaying. That second tick is halfway done. It looks like New York are trying to go for it, but Kremp's holding off on his own. 4-streak down, he falls to Priestahh. Still bodies flying into this point eventually. And New York do manage to get in a restaurant just about.
Awakening staying alive is crucial. Can't let Subliners make that push over towards the kitchen. Skyz and HyDra will clear them out, though. Skyz finds another. Crucial that Beans found that. The team spawn up nearby. 29 seconds, 7v5 on the lives front. New York cannot afford to lose any more lives. Neither can Boston.
And they took so long on B. That time hasn't been amazing for them. And that's another kill down as it's just been furious around restaurant. Neither team allowing the other to really get a full foothold in. KiSMET staying alive. And Boston, they were doing so well, but now time is against them. One last push for it as well. Nero will die to a nade. Kremp gets on the KiSMET. HyDra with the flank finds one. Will he find the second? No. There's a beat down by Awakening. Skyz on the point, and he gets it. He gets one kill, doesn't need the second. Boston Breach were there. They had the numbers, they had the kills. Well, they do not get the round.
Nero killed himself in the build-up to that in kitchen with a nade. I'm not quite sure how it's happened. Oh, but Awakening doesn't quite get the touch, and Skyz just does it by surviving. What a stressful one. What a strange one, to be honest with you. Yeah, look, let's see.
Oh, there's the self-nade from Nero. It's under the wall, and he tries to jump past it, and it's a lovely little explosion. Yeah, not a good time. Not a good time.
Good catch from production. Shout out to the observers as well. And that's a crucial moment. Nero's still alive and kicking towards the end of that round. It's a 2v1. Trying to push out the Skyz. Maybe you get into the point quicker. Is Nero in a position? There's so many variables in that scenario if he doesn't kill himself with the nade. Good start from Boston, though, on the defensive side of things. New York are the best attacking team in the game. Boston gonna have to be at their best not to go 2-0 down here.
Eventually, they will find HyDra as well. And Priestahh says, all right, I'll reposition for this one. And they know he's going to be here. Kremp knows exactly where Priestahh will be, but maybe a bit of cut timing as he falls. And for New York Subliners, it's safe option A to begin with.
Nice and steady away. Nothing too silly. Beans here in a position to do something about this. We'll find one. Expecting a push to come through. Those players are here, but that's going to be the second tick coming through. The New York Subliners over towards the A side. Still a little bit of control for them, but Boston are here in numbers. Good clear off on Beans and Kremp, and looking on the other side of things. Awakening ready over towards B if a push comes through.
And now for New York, it's a question of pick your poison. Beans going to fall. Oh, no, he's not. Beans is not going to find KiSMET. He's going to be destroyed by the drop shot in the end, and Kremp is actually going for a pre-fire. He's going to fall at the same time. New York now have a route into A. Boston will not go back there. They will have to make sure they don't fall over at B.
Yeah, Beans finding two important kills there. Skyz falling. And HyDra, not able to find anything. Beans is having a hell of a game and needs to. Subliners are going to secure A. push over towards B is going to be difficult. Boston Breach, complete bedroom control. Kremp and Beans all sitting up top. Do with getting rid of Nero here as well. So there you go. The flank now going to come into full effect. Awakening with an important job to do, but Boston in a good spot here. 22 to 15 on the lives front is a nice little advantage to have as well.
Yeah, they have full map control. They've split the map horizontally. Exactly what you're expecting. It means New York have to go into areas where they've got to check corners or hit a power position. For New York, they need a hero. They need something to just break this down a little bit and take Boston off the setup they've currently locked in.
50 seconds to go. Can you find yourself a pick to maybe break this open? Nero will find one. Nero will find two. Beans, another. My goodness me, Nero. 3 kills to just break that attack completely down. It's 4 in a row. He'll just continue to put this pressure on you. Spawning up. You're already being shot. Nero putting the pace onto New York Subliners here. This has been a wonderful hold from Boston.
Well, there's a potential kill, but time is away from them. It means they are going to have to run the risk. They're going to have to fly. Awakening, backing up, backpedaling, and rechalling as well. It's a wrong call there from Priestahh. And Boston have played this defense here at B perfectly. They have not missed a step, but they must not miss a step for 10 seconds, Ton.
4 lives remaining, make it 3. Nero has been a raid boss in this round. Another 3 for him and Boston. Wonderful, wonderful defense. New York Subliners have got nothing for them here. Great work from Boston to tie it up.
Yeah, you have to give them full credit. That was a masterful defense. Nero just not even missed. Didn't even get hit. And wow, that turn and burn is ridiculous. You see, a little bit of a smile there from Nero. But he knows there's a long way to go, Tan. Still a lot of control and potentially 2 more maps.
I believe that's going to be advantage now over towards Boston in terms of the defensive round 5 if we get that. Depends what side of the camp you're on, really, in terms of what you prefer on this one. Attack, defense. Attack has been slightly leaning towards the more favorable as the season has went on. So what are Boston going to try and do here? Push over towards couches. Priestahh with a good first kill. Good solid hold. And York Subliners typically just go for the mid-map control and then pivot to where they need to. And while they've pivoted back into the respawn queue, Priestahh, HyDra falling. Beans keeping the pressure on over towards B as well.
And Boston seem to have this one as one of their mainstays. Trying to keep it mixing. Unfortunately, they fall. Because they can't do any more here. Kremp looking for the player who knows he's going to be here as well. Priestahh gets away. Trying to split corridor. Kremp worried about having to watch his own back here still at the moment. But the chow comes in and Priestahh does not come away better for it.
Push up from Skyz towards top lights is going to force Boston to be spawning nice and close. They're going to find the kills and they're capturing the zone. Kremp, 2 big snaps. Every single time he's on our screens, we're getting the POV of a very, very talented Slayer.
And for Boston, they know they have A. They're already going to just... There are 2 benefits for this, right? Like, if your team continue to play around this and use it, you basically get extra time in this round because the clock is stopped and you're doing a slow tick progression. And that's what they want here. They want to try and get him away from him as well, but he is going to die. Kremp alive on a 3 here, and if he can find another kill, it will mean that Boston could capitalize.
HyDra and Skyz going to be so crucial for Subliners now. Boston just seem to be running through them. That's 5 in a row from Kremp. Get some help from his teammate. That's now a bit of control over towards the bar side. HyDra, of course, they will know exactly where he is. He's going to be behind them at some stage. Kremp keeping an eye on it as the rest of the team just trying to get some mid-map control of your New York Subliners, and that's where the push is going to come from.
There you go, Boston holding on though. Kremp waiting on a 5 streak. He wants a cruise missile for himself, but there are players all around him, and he's looking for it. Will eventually fall, Ton. And HyDra now going to just try and get bedroom control. Let's keep Boston off of this B point.
It's felt like Subliners have been on the back foot for the majority of the game, hasn't it? They never really seemed to be in a controlling position. HyDra with another poor start to a respawn. Sitting at 10 and 20, but this man can find important kills inside the bedroom, left, right, and center. Beans put a lot of bullets in, though. HyDra has to back on down, but to put himself into a position to maybe do something about it here. Awakening with a challenge. Priestahh with the backup. Boston have just not been able to weed out every single New York player so they can actually find a solid hold over towards B. They do have Nero in the spawn. Shall come from Kremp. Never going to win that against HyDra. 5 spree for him.
And you are right, HyDra. Again, still on the respawn, and maybe it'll be a difference if he turns up now. Could be good night for Boston, but that's a horrible thing to happen. Trevor goes down, but he dies from the nade explosion anyway. HyDra trying to stay alive, will eventually fall. Boston looking to capitalize. They've got bodies here. It's going to be KiSMET, the main man. Finds one, finds the second. Easy reads for KiSMET.
They're so clean with the shots. Makes the play around as Boston slowly and steadily find some sort of control, but they haven't been able to here. Boston been put to the sword in round number 3. Will find themselves 2-1 down, needing to find a defensive side of things if they want to continue in this series, but maybe they have an opportunity here. Only 4 lives remaining.
One last chance, 3 lives remaining. Wait a minute, they've got onto the point. It's currently a 2 versus 2. Surely this is not the stuff dreams are made of. Skyz is going to find one though, and Beans is alone, and he isn't going to be able to win that many gunfights. New York get their defense locked.
It's 2 defenses now for the best attacking team in the game when it comes down to hotel control. They didn't really get much of a sniff in the previous round. Boston limited them as much as they could, but Subliners very much now match point. And that was really solid from Subliners. They never really let up. And when they did lose bedroom control, you could rely on good timing in terms of positional play coming in from KiSMET. Finds an empty route and gets himself behind them. Finds a couple of kills to completely destroy the attack. If you look at the slaying perspective, Boston above and beyond. The important one is at the top middle of your screen. 2-1 to Subliners now, who are now on the attack. Find a kill over towards A. This may well be A gone already. Boston, you're going to be able to answer what is a 3-stack. That's gone, Bryce.
Yeah, it's going rapidly here, and Boston may look for some exit kills. Certainly not going to really be worth them for challing. Already you can see they just want to make sure. One thing they haven't done yet is split this map. They did it so well last time around. New York couldn't get anywhere.
Owakening will be the one to finish out the trades. Boston now get themselves in a position where they can set up on the map. Skyz is going to take one down. Look, KiSMET, here we go. On the flank. Just seems like New York are starting to put the pace on a little bit here. There's been no slowing down from Kiz. Priestahh is going to fall, but the pressure just starting to run in, and he's going to say invite them onto the point. Kremp's going to get called out now that the push can come through. If HyDra can find a second, a good position for New York.
They're going to be slightly outnumbered though. They need reinforcements through quickly. HyDra tries to get out of the point so he can stay alive. Finds a fast one as well, and he's snapping. HyDra has just had the adrenaline dumped fully into his system. And the best thing they are doing here is they're trying to get Boston on the back foot, keep this chaotic, do not let them get bedroom control. Unfortunately for New York, they lost the gunfights, and they're going to have to reset and try again.
Boston ready for the mid-man push. No, because they pushed up over towards the bedroom side, that the spawn's not going to be there for New York. And they're correct on that one. HyDra were the first one to fall. New York just slowly trying to pick their way through the map, but gets to find an actual pick. Nero, it's been a menace around this area. So hard to get off this reception desk. The snake in the vase. Very solid with it. Subliners taking their time, 1 minute and 5 seconds or so to go. Lives very even.
Just waiting. Nero versus HyDra. Nero in this power position. I think the last one we saw him was a 3-piece. Skyz and HyDra will double challenge. Here it goes. HyDra goes for the first one. Nade out. Skyz for the trowel round as well, but Nero just cannot be defeated. Until he reloads and down he falls. Beans though has to hold it. He's now the last one alive. New York look to capitalize. They have the numbers.
Good play from Beans, just expecting to push, but KiSMET will get a hold of him. Prime position now for New York. You said that, but the nade came over from Kremp. Skyz trying to stay alive inside the point. You need a trophy down. You need to just hold on for the rest of the team coming on the respawn. Nero on the flank as well is going to be crucial.
And Nero has found it, and he's found it all, and Boston will clear it out again. For New York, maybe the biggest thing was getting another tick in towards it. But Beans is beaming. 32 and 16.
One more opportunity for New York. But every single kill that feeds over towards Boston just puts them in the best scenario. Kremp around the crouches has been such a nuisance. Good play from Boston. May well be a close one. A couple of occasions it looked like it was touch and go. But they are able to secure some kills, and this should be the round unless New York Subliners can pull a rabbit out of the hat. It's not looking likely. 5 seconds to go. Round 5 is where we're heading.
When Boston are set, it is too difficult to break them. New York had a chance, but maybe Beans getting Priestahh was the crucial moment. Just denied New York the reinforcements they needed. And as we go into a round number 5 here, The question was asked at the beginning, Ton. Why have Boston walked happily into this one? The statistic did not favour them. Turns out they were feeling confident for a reason.
And New York have kind of had to clutch up in a certain way on the defenses, whereas Boston have been kind of steady away. It's 2 defensive wins for each team. I think Boston will probably get defense around number 5.
They should do. I believe they have more ticks.
Yeah. You see, I didn't trust my maths, but there we go. It's just intuition.
Dead smart in the end there, Ton.
I do try.
Let's see. Pretty much starting off like the other ones here. New York taking immediate control of A. Boston not really too bothered.
And I think for New York, you know, they're quite happy to go on the attack. I mentioned a couple of times. In terms of round win percentage on the attack, they are the best team in the game. And for all that, Boston have found these kills over towards the A side, Awakening and Nero on a combined 10 spree. It's allowed New York Subliners to get a little bit of control over towards the B side.
Kremp's seen here as well, but it might be a pitch that comes through. KiSMET is going to be on the point, but he's going to be alone. Takes a few bullets through the box. And Awakening trying to hold them off here. He's on a 6 streak himself.
Big kills.
He's waiting for
Big
this
kills.
one. Priestahh gets 2. That's going to be a stack, and we're going to see a cruise missile come in as well. I hope there's going to be enough trophies on this point.
Here it comes. We're going to get a call. I don't think he's going to have time. I don't think he's going to have time. He's going to come in. It's going to be a little bit late. Kremp's going to find one, but does HyDra lock it in? Oh, it's so close. Bust and breach. Just about get there. But a lot of damage done over towards the B side. And now, New York Subliners, can you lock in some more time to just make it a little bit easier? 50 seconds to go, Bryce.
And that is heartbreak for New York if they had got it. But Boston do just enough. Already you can see HyDra's gone over there himself. He's like, I might just go and get it if I can. He's found 2 himself as well. Kremp looking for the players he's seen so far. Trying to make sure they don't get onto B and lock it down already. Kremp's going to find Priestahh. Can he find the last one on a KiSMET? He does. Again, they stop them. And New York is like throwing good money after bad.
Yeah, for all that Boston's defenses have looked clean so far, this one has just about been in touch. Kremp on a 6 spree though. Cruise missile in the back pocket will eventually get taken down. That should be it for Subliners. I can't imagine that Boston would even risk it. Cruise missile is going to be sent over just to maybe slow it down, and maybe they are going to risk their A retake here. They want this one done.
There we go. Beans is going to get 1. 2 players back into here. There'll be a retake. Beans is going to find 2 as well. Kremp going to go and find KiSMET. And Skyz the last one alive with Priestahh. Boston want this done. They do not want an opportunity for B to even exist. Unfortunately, they cannot break through. Awakening will hit this flank. He's looking for kills. Probably not going to be able to take this one away from them. And he finds 1. Nothing. We're going to B.
Big fight just went down over towards the bedroom side as well. HyDra up against Nero. He will fall, and for all that time is extended for Subliners here, the lives are not on their side. Kills are just going to be so crucial. They bled a lot there, Boston. I think they knew that A was probably gone just because of the fact they pushed up the B side. New York Subliners is going to spawn over towards the A. Yes, okay, you're going to go in there and cause some problems, but you've made those spawns, those lives, very much on your side. Kremp with the cruise missile as well as you get out of jail free card, but you have to still be perfect. HyDra gets taken down on the flank. New York Subliners, 6 lives remaining.
New York can just not break bedroom. Over and over again, they hit this flank. They make the kills and die to bedroom. Priestahh, how on earth did you make that one? But he's going to be reach out as well. And the kills keep on falling. Boston, never broken at B. HyDra, with 18 seconds left to go, this will be a whole movie if they can make it.
Still doable. 3 of you alive in dangerous positions. Beans towards the back. This next kill is important. Priestahh, HyDra now fall. It's only 1 left in bedroom. They may well be able to do it. All 3 of them wipe everyone from Boston. I don't think they're close enough. And they're not.
Oh no! A 3 versus, and they find every kill. It's a full wipe, and you can see the exasperation on Boston. They know they've thrown it in the bin. Composure gone, the record gone, the map gone, B gone. Boston, you're broken, you're busted, you're out of here.
That is a hard one to take for Boston Breach. So good in their defense until the final moments. And honestly, it felt like they just threw some of the... Yeah, we need to see how it broke down. Beans dropped a 40 for the L. The slaying wise, I mean, I'll try and figure it out, but even Kremp and Beans are sitting at a collective what, positive 25? I mean, they have outslain them by 27 kills with the L.
That is outrageous. I was already looking at that breakdown and thinking about the next map ton. And here we go. 3 versus 10. Skyz finds the first. Priestahh finds the second. HyDra finds Beans. And one player left. It's Nero. And Skyz calls it correctly. They didn't have bedroom control. There are breaks and then there are breaks. And that was perfect.
And that is just a result of the initial good start from New York over towards B. Find those first 2 ticks, and then that is all it takes. One decent little break over towards B. Doesn't matter if you've got 3 lives remaining. It doesn't matter if you've got 25 lives remaining. You find one good break, B can be gone. Success for New York in kind of the East Coast derby, of course, if you like, but a 3-0.
Not a kill. Not a kill.
I mean, the kill side of things was absurd. There was nearly 2 40 bombs from Boston, and they still couldn't beat them on it.
Wow. Subliners now 5-0 against Boston all time. I'm still a little bit shell-shocked at the end of that one, to be honest with you. I thought Boston had that one in the bag and we were going to the next hardpoint ton, but a 3 versus 10.
Yeah, I was kind of checked at that stage, but it was because New York had a lot of pressure over towards the spawn. They always seem to have spark control in those final moments. They weren't winning the majority of the gunfights, but it doesn't matter if you lose the majority of them. And I think that is just such a testament to it's not all about slaying. That was a positive 27 for Boston. They lose it 3-2. Kills don't always matter.
No, they certainly don't. Well, 3 games, 3 3-0s, and over to 3 wonderful people to break this one down. Puckett, over to you.
My KD's bigger than yours, and so is my seed. Boston going up against OpTic now in the first round, according to the Puckett math. We'll see if that one comes true. Our Wizards are working on the bracket right now. But let's talk about this win for the Subliners, because this is now 4 teams with 4-1 records. How impressive is New York among them?
I mean, that was a really impressive win by New York. I said they kind of needed to make a proving statement with this match, and I think they did just that. I think the fact that this was a 3-0 doesn't kind of spill the whole story. I think Boston put up an incredible fight. I think Nero really showed up today. I felt like he needed to match HyDra, and I think he did just as that. Just some of the cards didn't play out in their favor.
Nameless, let's take a look here at this game 3 once again. It was an impressive start. New York gets that 2-game lead. Then we're going into the 3rd game of control. New York up a round, then Boston starts to battle back. This one went all the way to that 5th and final round, into the 3 last lives for New York.
I know, Puckett, like just that situation was so insane. We saw what New York was trying to do. Like they were trying to go all the way around back P2. A couple players died, and then it's HyDra who pushes around at the very end, finds 2 kills. You saw Boston maybe playing a little bit too aggressive in their spawn, and then at the very end they have a guy L desk and a guy top bedroom. You can set up there. L desk can look at mid, top bedroom can look at plat, but the comms must have just been absolutely insane because L desk had no idea what to do. He's just staring at the point. He gets hunted down, and then they lose the round in a heartbreaking fashion. I mean, that was tough to watch.
Here it comes.
Yeah, I was watching Priestahh, and I was like, okay, if he reads this other spawn in the back side of things, like maybe New York can get something going. But unfortunately for him, since some of his teammates were pushed up A side, to player spawns right next to him and shuts him down. And you think that's game over. It's 3v. Who knows how many Boston had? But it was Skyz and HyDra and Priestahh that won every single gunfight they needed to win in consecutive time. It was the kill in the back, then it was the kill on the guy L, and then it was the final kill in top bedroom. It was the stack. It was just a beautiful comeback by New York.
You just won control with a .68 and a .64 from your best players. Let's take a look, though, at our Scump play of the game, because it's teamwork. Doesn't matter your KD as long as you're playing the objective perfectly. Priestahh getting the opening pick. You see Skyz and HyDra also in the feed. We take a look at it all at once, Allie. Everybody playing their part, and then all 3 jumping on the hill at once.
Yep, like I said, it was them getting that kill on the player in the deep back Mack and the player on L at the exact same time, and they all knew the last player was going to be top ed. They team shoot that guy, and then they pull in the stack.
You know, this also kind of stems from that like overcommitment over towards A earlier in that round as well. I know that they did get a lot of kills. They did have 2 streaks, but you were never able to get a firm grip on the map. Like get pushed up bed, get pushed up mid map, and you find yourself in that situation. Very tough for Boston. They also probably could have won map 1 too, Chris.
Boston dropped 78 kills between 2 players and lost the game. I'm still confused, but maybe KiSMET can explain it. KiSMET, welcome back to the winner's circle, my friend. First of all, what's up? How the hell do you guys get outslayed like that and still win control? What were the comms like during that game 3?
We did not deserve to win that map. We were getting smoked gunfight-wise. I think our game plan going into it was pretty good. We just, I don't know, we were getting so like, I credit to them, they were piecing. So like whenever that happens, we get a little flustered, and that's a big thing that we need to focus on.
Okay.
But overall, I mean, I don't know. I guess like the teamwork in the sense made it like, I guess, us clutch, but we didn't deserve to win that.
Fair enough. KiSMET, I do have to say, you know, there's a lot of teams that are 4-1 right now. I feel like we're finally starting to see some separation. I wanted to ask what you think New York brings to the table that makes them different from the rest of these top teams.
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I guess like our talent ceiling is very high. We have 4 extremely talented players that have showcased their talent this year, prior years, etc. So I think that's like one of our biggest things that we have like behind us. Other than that, I think our S&D has just been looking phenomenal lately. Like every play that we've made, then every adjustment that we're making, like it's setting us kind of like how Major 1 was. I think that was our big like reason that we won that tournament, I guess.
Awesome, thank you.
KiSMET, I want to ask you, you know, in that series, HyDra had some slow starts, you yourself as well, but you guys still get the win. A great example of good teamwork. Where do you feel like you guys have improved most in the preparation for this stage? Because you guys look ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, like back to the S&D, I think we've improved a lot there. I think the biggest thing though is like what you saw in the map 3. Like we're trying to, I guess, like we have superstars, right? Paco is gross. He's gonna pop off 9.9 times out of 10, and then the one time that if he doesn't, like we want to make sure that like we can win whenever he's not doing good, or if I'm not doing good, or whatever the case may be. And I think it showcased today, obviously, with that control win. And I don't know, I just think that's like our big thing is just fine-tuning our game plan so that the game feels easy, if that makes sense.
Bulldog, congrats on a 4-1 record. We officially know you will have the 4th seed going up against Vegas in the 5th seed. Sweet. How do you feel about your first round matchup in the winner's bracket?
I mean, I don't know. Was you 100% playing Vegas? I mean, I don't know, that org, dude, you know, I got history with him. I'm coming. But I love the guys on the team. I love the guys on the team.
KiSMET versus Clayster. That's my first round battle. I can't wait to see you next week, bud.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
That's KiSMET as the Subliners pick up our final win of the qualifier. Let's take a look back at all 3 battles, though, on our final Sunday. We all started with a matchup that, well, was going to have important significance on our seeding. We're the Surge, going to move up to 4-1. The answer was a hot 3-0 yes.
Yeah, all of our games are 3-0s. All the favorites won today, and I think this one was certainly not a surprise by a minute or a mile. It was Seattle Surge showing some serious dominance in that respawn, and even their search and destroy has been looking a lot cleaner as of late.
Yeah, that was a big win. A couple clutches in the S&D. Mack had himself a hell of a performance. And then they come back in the control to win it as well. So big day by Surge. They're looking great.
Minnesota put back on fraud alert when they played against LA Thieves today. Minnesota had an opportunity to battle for a top 4 spot. Instead, they're going to end with our 7th seed and are going to be facing off against the same squad next week. But they'll be doing it in winner's bracket round 1 of the major.
Yeah, I mean, a tough situation for the Minnesota Røkkr. They had opportunity there in that first hard point, but then they allow LA Thieves to put them in the spawn trap for P1, and then they allowed Octane to 3-piece them off of P2, which you just cannot let that happen when it's a 1v4 on the hill. Following that, I mean, it was an abysmal search and destroy and a clean sweep on the Expo control. So Minnesota Røkkr, a lot to work on in the coming days, and the major's just a few away.
Nameless, you worried about this? Are you playing all new maps next week?
Are you talking about Minnesota Røkkr?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys are 0-12 map count against the Thieves. They see them in the bracket and they're terrified.
Bad news for Minnesota. Not their best matchup from the opportunities they had. in the top 4. Thieves looking clean so far as we close out qualifier number 4, and you can see they are right behind OpTic with the 2 seed. Surge will finish with number 3 seed, just 2 maps ahead of the Subliners, who finish in your top 4. When it comes to that winners bracket, though, it includes all top 8. We've got OpTic versus Breach, Subliners taking on Legion, Thieves versus Røkkr, and I have to say, it sucks if you are either a FaZe or a Surge fan. Having the Surge play FaZe in the first round is devastating for both lineups that went to that Game 5 round 11 in their last meeting.
We saw 3 of these matches within the past week. We just saw LA Thieves smoke Røkkr. We just saw Seattle Surge smoke FaZe yesterday, and we saw OpTic smoke Breach like 2 days ago. I mean, rematch galore.
And of course, if you lose between OpTic and Breach, you're playing Toronto Ultra, winner of our last major in the first round of the losers bracket. Next week is gonna get nutty, but here's where we stand as we close out our qualifiers entering the major. Nameless, what stands out to you most on this sheet?
That Vegas Legion are in the top 8, baby. They really are coming for it. Also, Boston Breach, I mean, they have a date with OpTic. If they lose that and fall into losers, could be an early exit. We might see them get toppled.
There we go, and I'm told we have a tweet to show the people. Daniel says, Champs announcement on Monday morning. Thank you for your patience, and thank you all in advance for joining us for the most lit event of the season. We'll see you all next week for a very rowdy 420. Thank you all for joining us, and any final thoughts before we get to this major?
No. See you guys in a couple days.
Nameless?
I'm ready to do it. Let's get it.
I'm hopping into rank. Come see me, kids. I'll be in plat when you get off work.
Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. I ride the nation for my title, do what I must for survival. By any means, yeah, I know, I can't stop, I won't fold. Might bend the rules just to break the mold. Hella high water, calm and compose. Life will get messy, but I reach the goal. Plan a totem pole, be the protocol. Yes, I had it in me after all. After penny falls and a lot of false things I can't control. My intentions come from years of rejections. Learn many a lesson, I'm progressing. Turning burdens to blessings, turning burdens to blessings. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror, closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, get a spotlight and it feels right. Never been scared to take it to new heights. I always dare to dream and dare to see the chance to be a better me and everything. The possibilities are endless. Odds against this tremendous. Check this, I just check fear off my checklist. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror, closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. I ain't scared, I ain't scared, I ain't scared of them now, no. I ain't scared, I ain't scared, I ain't scared of them now, no. I ain't scared, I ain't scared, I ain't scared of them now, no. I ain't scared, I ain't scared, I ain't scared of them now. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror, closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah.
Look over him. You can see everything.
They're planning for us.
No. Back circle weak.
Back circle, I'm shooting.
Back circle, loads bomb. I'm ready to move.
So weak.
No?
Oh my god. Let's go, Mack.
Let's go.
Oh my god, my bad, bro.
Oh my god.